am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
As the air fills with anticipation, Nigeria gears up for the joyous celebration of Eid al-Kabir, as the federal government has officially declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays, offering a well-deserved long weekend for reflection, families, and festivities to be carried out. This extended break, while welcomed by many, often brings with it a unique set of dynamics, especially when it comes to the traditional centerpiece of the Salah celebration, which is the ram.
How much are the ranges? Yeah, so like this one now, you can carry it in 500,000. Like this in 600,000.
600,000?
Yes.
As the last 2 years, how much was this ram?
Last 2 years now, you can buy this at like 350, 400. Let's say 307.
So now it has doubled by almost 100%.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for that?
I think it's the economy.
Economy.
Yeah, it's the economy. Just like you can't blame nobody.
With a long holiday period, we anticipate a surge in demand. More days off mean more time for families to travel, gather, and of course, prepare for the sacrificial rites. This increased demand, coupled with existing challenges like insecurity affecting supply chains from the north and rising transportation costs, could create a perfect storm in the ram market. So, My team and I went out to different ram markets to find out the challenges these ram sellers and dealers face, and of course, those who actually are the customers.
They are coming, but not too well. Not too well as before, due to the current economic now, and you know, people don't too much have money in their hand. They are just managing to survive. That's all what I can say for. Yeah, they let with us fine, and the road is very good to here. If you are coming from Ikoyi, Ikeja to this Bagada, it's very, very okay. And the customers are relating to us fine. Sure, you understand. So no more challenges here because we have vehicles around. So when you buy, they take your goods to your location to you. So we don't have any challenges on that. We can thank the Lagos State government. Yeah. We thank the Lagos State government for the road, for the access road. So we thank them. They should keep calm. Keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You keep calm. You give thanks to Mighty Allah. So alhamdulillah, mun gode wa Allah sosai da ya ba mu ikon ganin sallah a cikin koshin lafiya, sannan kuma alhamdulillah dan kwastomi suna dan shiga cikin kasuwa, suna dan siyan raguna. Dole dai an san akwai wani rashin kuɗi, amma dai Allah ya sa dai mutane suna dan zuwa suna dan siyan raguna. Alhamdulillah inda Allah ya ba mu lafiya. Allah ya ba mu lafiya da kuma ikon ganin sallah.
So well, as you've heard our ram seller Ibrahim, and he mentioned clearly what they expect in this season of celebration, let's all prepare to mark this significant occasion. We hope and encourage that everyone follows through this celebration and understand that solidarity matters a lot. And for those who can afford it, don't forget to share the love with your friends and family.
If I buy this one, how much this one now? Since I bought the ram myself now. My salary is complete.
You can buy it to 150, sir.
450, yeah?
150.
Oh, but this one is just stubborn.
Remember the spirit of generosity, sharing, which is very important. And for others, let us be mindful that a truly blessed Eid is not solely measured by the size of the ram, but by the sincerity of devotion, the warmth of community, and the act of kindness we extend to one another. May this Eid el-Kabir be a time of peace, unity, and renewed hope for all Nigerians.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On May 29, 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hasawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told Business Day that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
On Wednesday, we just wake up in the morning around 6:45 to 7 o'clock. So I was inside the house. Almost everybody is inside the house. All I could notice, I hear the crowd. Everybody were just rushing, running. So I see that the crowd is too much. I try to come out to verify what happened, that people are shouting and running. And when I come outside, all I could see is water flowing with the people's goods and properties, even the human beings along with the houses. So what we were first doing, we were trying to rescue those people that water are flowing, trying to take away. So, but unfortunately, before we know, it reaches our places also. We couldn't help them again. We started running for our own life as well. We tried to rescue our properties, but unfortunately, we couldn't help ourselves. So many lives have gone, and so many people have also injured. Unlike our neighbor, he lost 9 people. The next neighbor lost 8, while the other lost 10. The other, some people even lost 15. So any figure of death that they recorded is true, because in 2 houses you can record 30 people, or more than 35. So even if they tell you that the people that lost their lives in this incident, they are more than 200, it's true, because we have 2 malams that are having Almajiri students under their cares. One man has almost 50 students in Almajiri in their houses, because it happens in the morning, and they are doing their morning recitation, karatu. So all they could notice, the water just started entering, and you can't gather them. There are too many. As you are telling them to come back here, that is how some of them are even rushing to enter the water again. And the water was just flowing. It doesn't start gently. The water comes once. It doesn't start gently. So many people died on this water.
People have lost a lot. Because I think some people came back, they sold some food and they came back with a lot of money, because it was on Wednesday to Thursday. And it is Wednesday that we do eat our market here. So people sold almost everything they had. So the thing was not that funny, honestly. It was, people lost a lot, lives. Some family of 20. It's only one they have seen. Family of 15, only 2 people. Some people, they are still searching. Till 10 o'clock yesterday, the burial ground was full. Dead body everywhere. So the experience was not funny at all. It wasn't.
Thank you so much. A gaskiya tallafin da ake cewa ana kawo mana, mu gaskiya ba mu gan shi. Mu yanzu muna son gwamnati ta taimaka mana saboda Allah. Muna son bamu da wurin zama, nan muke kwana, mu hura wuta mu zauna nan, bamu da inda za mu kwanta. In ruwan sama ya zo ba inda za mu shiga.
There is no any sign, there is no any rain. No. We just woke up and saw the water flowing. So before we know, within some, so can I even say a minute, within a second, the water has filled up everywhere. I was able to escape with my wife and some of my brothers. My mother was involved. In fact, 9 people involved in my house, and all of them died. We have recovered only 3 corpses. The remaining is up to now yet to be recovered. So, and it's not only in the house. Many people lost families, lost their siblings, property destroyed. I lost my vehicle there. My brother lost his vehicle there. I only come out to this clothes. Apart from this clothes, I don't have anything again. So since then, we've not seen any help. It's only 10,000 that I've been given since that on Thursday. Only 10,000 naira. Nowhere to sleep. That is how we are just hanging around.
The flood caused widespread destruction. Homes and culverts collapsed. Farmlands were washed away, and valuable properties, including cars, motorcycles, refrigerators, and other belongings were swept off by the raging waters. Many survivors have been left stranded and helpless, with no access to food, shelter, or clothing. Women, in particular, have been severely affected, with many having lost their husbands, children, and relatives. The community is now in desperate need of immediate humanitarian assistance. No food, no water, no light or shelter. Eyewitnesses reported that over 200 people have died, and recovery efforts are ongoing as many bodies remain missing.
Well, in fact, it's a terrible accident. This is not a small accident. Because we have not seen in my life, I'm more than 60 years, I have not seen this type of water before. But it come and kill so many people. Many people have gone, I can say about 150 above that it killed. Because, why I'm saying this now, there are some people who went to the media and told them lie that it's only 15 people. The man is not kind. God is there. The person that said that, it was the chairman of the local government who said that he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't stay here. He is the chairman. Even when this thing happened, he didn't come down. Until the deputy governor was coming, he followed them. This is how he has been doing. He has been saying at Mina, and we are the local government chairman. If you have problem, it doesn't solve our problem for us. So it should be removed. We pray to our prayer is that the federal government should help us. They should help us because we have nowhere to sleep. We have been sleeping outside. This is an emergency and we don't expect it.
Survivors were seen in tattered clothes, visibly distressed, hungry, and in poor health. Although the Niger State government said it has activated its emergency response team and is collaborating with the National Emergency Management Agency, also known as NEMA, to provide aid, residents dispute claims that food and shelter have already been supplied. The residents are appealing to well-meaning Nigerians, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies for urgent intervention, including the establishment of temporary camps to provide food and accommodation. Mokwa is known as one of Niger State's major agricultural hubs, contributing significantly to the state's production of cassava, maize, and rice. The impact of this flood may therefore have far-reaching consequences not only for local livelihoods, but also for food security in the region.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdul Rashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean, that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization in the digital world. A lot's happening, and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So, RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you, as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better, and also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Norma Obona. It's a pleasure to have you join us this lovely holiday. Now let's see what's making headlines. State, local governments, bank debt debits hit 4 trillion naira. Southeast Group urges Ndibo to back Tinubu's re-election. Lagos to extend Blue Line train service to Okoko. Global food prices dips in May as harvest boosts cereal sugar output. Victor Osimhen rejects Al Hilal's €40 million a year salary offer. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where states and local governments have owed a combined 4.09 trillion naira to banks and the Central Bank of Nigeria as of December 2024. According to CBN's latest quarterly statistical bulletin, the figure represents a reduction of 2.7% compared to the 4.20 trillion naira recorded in December 2023. The data shows that commercial and merchant banks accounted for the largest portion of the debt at 2.41 trillion naira, representing a 58.9% of the total. This marked a decline from the 2.64 trillion naira owed at the end of 2023, indicating a reduction of 233 billion naira within the year and suggesting a marginal improvement in the subnational debt profile. And moving on, a group under the aegis of Southeast Progressive Ambassadors have called for support from Ndibo for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu in 2027. In a statement co-signed by its convener, John Ike Otonye, and his secretary, Justin Nwankwo, on Saturday, June 7th, the group revealed it will be to the disadvantage of the zone not to support Tinubu in 2027. The group also revealed that people of the zone were already buying into the renewed hope agenda of the president, noting that the message is sinking gradually as the people prepare to vote massively. And still on, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Sunday inspected 3 new sets of trains imported into Lagos to boost the state's rail transportation. According to the governor, the trains will enhance performance of the second phase of the ongoing Blue Line rail infrastructure, which will extend from Mile 2 to Okokomaiko. The first phase of the 27 kilometers Blue Line rail system was formally commissioned by former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2023, running from Marina on Lagos Island to Mile 2 on the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. The state government revealed that they are determined to extend the train service to Okokomaiko in Ojo local government area to further ease the transportation difficulties of residents along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. And let's see the video of this commission.
Funding and the capacity for us as a state government to have embarked on this very audacious expense transaction was made possible by no other person than Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who about a year and a half ago, in his usual understanding of what the subnationals are doing and appreciating under his renewed hope agenda, whilst we have seen the effect of subsidy removal, whilst they've explained to us that we're going to seek alternative around CNGs that will be running on buses, that you see CNGs on cars, you see electric vehicles coming up as alternative to removal of subsidy. Mr. President also deemed it fit, and we're extremely very grateful. We've expressed it before, to have supported us financially extensively in the procurement of this additional rolling stock.
And now to end the local news, the federal government has declared Thursday, 12th June 2025 as public holiday to commemorate the year's Democracy Day celebration. This was contained in a statement signed by the Permanent Secretary of the Interior Ministry, Magdalene Ajani, and released on Sunday. The Honorable Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, on behalf of the federal government, congratulated Nigerians on this occasion of 26 years of an uninterrupted civil rule. And now onto the foreign scene. Global food prices dipped in May 2025 owing to a fall in prices of maize and palm oil in the international markets. According to reports, the fall in the prices of maize and palm oil outweighed historically high prices of butter and bovine meat in the same period, leading to the food price index to an average of 127.7 points in May 2025, down to 0.8% from April. And cereal prices also declined during the review period to 109 points, down to 1.8% from April 2025 and 8.2% below their level in May 2024, while global maize prices declined sharply during the month due to firm competition and increasing seasonal availability from ongoing harvests in Argentina and Brazil. And now also, Colombian presidential candidate Miguel Uribe Torbe is on intensive care after he was shot 3 times at a campaign event in the capital, Bogota. The 39-year-old senator was attacked while addressing supporters in a park on Saturday. According to the Attorney General, the police have arrested a 15-year-old suspect at the scene. Uribe's wife, Maria Claudia Tarazona, however, called on the nation to pray for his survival, saying Miguel is currently fighting for his life. Now to sports. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has turned down a renewed offer from Saudi Arabian club Al Hilal, opting to remain in Europe as interest from top side intensifies. The Saudi giants tabled a staggering salary offer worth 120 million euros over 3 years, roughly 40 million euros annually, in an effort to lure the Nigerian forward. The 26-year-old, however, declined the offer despite lucrative nature of the deal. And to end the news, United States head coach Mauricio Pochettino has ruled himself out of the running to replace Ange Postecoglou, saying a return to Tottenham at the moment is not realistic. Tottenham head coach Postecoglou was sacked on Friday despite leading the club to its first piece of silverware in 17 years with victory in the Europa League. Pochettino, whose 5-year stay at the club came to an end in November 2019, has been linked to a return to Tottenham, but the Argentine, who was appointed US manager in October 2024, insists he is happy in his new role. And that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edo, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
As the air fills with anticipation, Nigeria gears up for the joyous celebration of Eid al-Kabir, as the federal government has officially declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays, offering a well-deserved long weekend for reflection, families, and festivities to be carried out. This extended break, while welcomed by many, often brings with it a unique set of dynamics, especially when it comes to the traditional centerpiece of the Salah celebration, which is the ram.
How much are the ranges? Yeah, so like this one now, you can carry it in 500,000. Like this is 600,000.
600,000?
Yes.
As the last 2 years, how much was this ram?
Last 2 years now, you can buy this at like 350, 400. Let's say 307.
So now it has doubled by almost 100%.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for that?
I think it's the economy. It's the economy. Just you can't blame nobody.
With a long holiday period, we anticipate a surge in demand. More days off mean more time for families to travel, gather, and of course, prepare for the sacrificial rites. This increased demand, coupled with existing challenges like insecurity affecting supply chains from the north and rising transportation costs, could create a perfect storm in the ram market. So, my team and I went out to different ram markets to find out the challenges these ram sellers and dealers face, and of course, those who actually are the customers.
They are coming, but not too well. Not too well as before, due to the current economic now, and people don't too much have money in their hand. They are just managing to survive. That's all what I can say for. Yeah, they relate with us fine, and the road is very good to here. If you are coming from Ikoyi, Ikeja to this Bagada, it's very, very okay. And the customers are relating to us fine. Sure, you understand. So no more challenges here because we have vehicles around. So when you buy, they take your goods to your location to you. So we don't have any challenges on that. We can thank the Lagos State government. Yeah. We thank the Lagos State government for the road, for the access road. So we thank them. They should keep calm. Keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You keep calm. You give thanks to Mighty Allah. So alhamdulillah, mun gode wa Allah sosai da ya ba mu ikon ganin sallah a cikin koshin lafiya, sannan kuma alhamdulillah dan kwastomi suna dan shiga cikin kasuwa suna dan siyan raguna. Dole dai an san akwai wani rashin kuɗi, amma dai Allah ya sa dai mutane suna dan zuwa suna dan siyan raguna. Alhamdulillah da Allah ya ba mu lafiya. Allah ya ba mu lafiya da kuma ikon ganin sallah.
So well, as you've heard our ram seller Ibrahim, and he mentioned clearly what they expect in this season of celebration, let's all prepare to mark this significant occasion. We hope and encourage that everyone follows through this celebration and understand that solidarity matters a lot. And for those who can afford it, don't forget to share the love with your friends and family.
If I buy this one, how much this one now? Since I bought the ram myself now. My salary is complete. You can buy it to 150, sir. 450, yeah? 150. Oh, this one just stop.
Remember the spirit of generosity, sharing, which is very important. And for others, let us be mindful that a truly blessed Eid is not solely measured by the size of the ram, but by the sincerity of devotion, the warmth of community, and the act of kindness we extend to one another. May this Eid el-Kabir be a time of peace, unity, and renewed hope for all Nigerians.
You are watching Business Day Television.
It was an evening of culture, connection, and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors, and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory, and meaning. A journey that drew Nigeria's top business leaders, diplomats, and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg, and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat, and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus, and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Nigeria, and boom, I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started.
Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985 as a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily. It's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things. The ordinary person's life, you know. And I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. Hakeem Adedeji collection.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age, because I love all things aesthetic, and I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambiance, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambiance around you. So, yeah, I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space.
It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of the art, the story, and the calling that some of these pieces have for me. But there's no particular theme, but I will say that I tend not to collect works that are sad. I tend to collect works that have joy and that are figurative. I don't do a whole lot of abstract art, especially figurative art. I think that we, in this continent, in this country, have an absolutely beautiful culture. We have an incredible sense of the aesthetic, incredible sense of art. And I think collecting with purpose is about showcasing what we have. And I think it's also about giving life and continuity to African artists, to what we have that is so beautiful, and celebrating all of our artisans, our artists, our people, and our culture. I hope they take away that you can start small and you don't even necessarily have to have an objective. It's just the appreciation of a piece that calls your name and that calls and speaks something to you. And I hope they take away that everybody can be a collector, anyone and everyone. I think we do have an appreciation for art. I think somehow we're beginning to lose that because we don't take a lot of pride in the aesthetic that we have. And if you look in ancient times, even common everyday pieces were art. We have amazing artisans. And I think that people should understand that bringing this into their world and into their life is bringing a little bit of culture and a lot of beauty and a lot of meaning.
Since its launch in 2022, the gallery has become a platform for cultural engagement, bridging finance, creativity, and community through quarterly exhibitions.
Well, for Coronation, we seek to democratize access to sustainable growth. That's what we do. So whether across our entities you're coming to us to invest or to lend or to insure, we have 12 entities that provide all of these financial services. What we're trying to do, every single day is to create a pathway for more and more people to access wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another. And we see that there's a strong connection between wealth and arts. We see wealth as somewhat the language of art. And so I think it makes sense that we would also want to democratize access to art, but particularly African arts. We don't believe art should only be something for the elite and for the few. We want art to actually be something that helps us interpret our past, express our present, and even craft the future for us. So some of the works that you see here, they are many 103 decades old. We have more recent works, but the heart of it all is ensuring that the entire ecosystem continues to be preserved. What do I mean by the ecosystem? The creators themselves, the collectors like Mr. Akima Akibati was showcasing today, the curators, like us, involved in cultural programming and conservation, and even for you, the communicators, all together work to ensure that we continue to keep the art scene thriving. And so that's where we see ourselves as Coronation, ensuring that we play our own role in funding the ecosystem, propelling the ecosystem forward, and by so doing also connect with a passion point for our customers as well. So for us, it's a language through which we speak to our customers. It's a language that allows us to engage in dialogue, and it's a language that also allows us to transfer legacy from one generation to another. Art has always had a significant place with masters like the Ewoyo, for example, who were very big on pre-independence and art. It's a mode of expression. So whether it is freeing up from whatever it is that it's talking about, it's a mode for driving economic development as well as empowerment. So art is a tool for driving economic empowerment, and art is a tool for telling our stories, to give it a sense of belonging. So nation building is there, which I believe is actually a missing part. When last do you see a 10-year-old who said, I wanted to collect a piece of art, or I wanted to do some art? And the reality is that sometimes a little earlier, at age 5 and age 7, they're actually already drawing and creating art, but somehow they get into their teen years and art becomes something that is boring. That's what we want to avoid. We want that passion for art to continue to carry from generation to generation, so that our own things, our own art is not lost. It's been amazing. And you know what makes me know that? I look at the faces of the collectors who actually own the art. And when the art is on our walls, in the ambience and the environment, it makes them light up. They almost cannot believe that it's the same work that is attracting so much conversation, joy, happiness, and beauty, which is what art really does. It releases us into, higher dimensions of living. That's the way I look at it. So I think the reception has been awesome. It has been that way every single, exhibition. We do this quarterly, and every single time feedback we get is that it's evolving, it's growing, and it just keeps getting better. So it actually means what I kind of started with, that there's an entire ecosystem around the art. Many people see art as what the creator alone does, but there's the ecosystem of people who make the textile, people who frame the works, people who ensure the works like us, people who do cultural programming like us, people who conserve the art. So there's so many parts to the art, and that's the entire ecosystem that patrons recognize they need to support. Whether supporting people just, educating the artists, exposing the artists, bringing them into galleries and museums that, would expose them to grow and for their works to continue to appreciate in value. That's the entire ecosystem that we're highlighting tonight. Also showing the part that Coronation plays in that ecosystem. I think one of the most powerful parts about leadership is your ability to create a picture, for those who follow you. So with creativity and particularly express the art, we're able to almost create a vision, shape a narrative, imbibe a value. That's where leadership comes, and as I believe that's where creativity and leadership interplay. Oh, absolutely. Everyone you see on the walls here. So we focus on contemporary Nigerian art today, and that's really what we do: African art, Nigerian art, but particularly we show contemporary African art because that's what we want to promote. We believe in the beautiful future of Africa, and that's what we're highlighting here today. So we're not just showing works of the masses, we're actually showing works for people who have grown through that ecosystem, like I said, who have submitted themselves to learning, growing, developing their craft, and today we're happy to showcase what we've developed.
As the night proceeded, some of the attendees at the event shared their experiences from a beautiful night.
When it has to do with art, anything creative, I'm really, really open because I think it inspires me somewhat, and I feel relaxed when I actually see other people's art and I see what other people are creating. It feels like I can do something better, greater. So it pushes me, inspires me. Now I don't know the name, but there is an art there that feels like my mom. I don't know, the body, the demeanors, the attitude just reminds me of my mom. That's my favorite. I know art lovers in Nigeria. People spend money for art in Nigeria because I don't know, what are we doing in this life without art now? The colors, the creativity, the shape, everything. It's something we should all look forward to, and Nigerians love art in every kind of way. Yeah, I do. I paint sometimes, but not. But I do paint, and it's nice. And yes, I even want to fill my house with more art. It's money, boys. It's money to spend. I think this just announces more artists to more people. They're really, really helping a lot of people, and it's also the whole event is well organized, and you just have reputable people that love the art, that can purchase it, and that can spread the word. It's really, really, it's a great, great experience.
Because I love art, actually, that's why I'm here. I love art that can make me think, that can make me analyze, try to figure out what exactly I'm looking at. So yeah, that's why I'm here. This one, really. And this one caught my attention because initially I passed this art twice and I didn't know what I was looking at. But the third time I figured out that, okay, these are ballerina dancers. So I had to pause to think, to figure out which is interesting for me. I love art that has a story behind it. So, yeah. I think it's all about, understanding. I'm gonna put it in perspective. So understanding why you as a human being, you're here. And looking into your future and looking at what kind of impact you want to have.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Yes, this is BDTV News, most definitely, and we are at the newspaper review, or rather in the newspaper review, and I'll not be doing it alone. Yes, although my name is Onyeka Valentine, I have joining me right here, Mr. Josh.
Yeah.
We're talking more about what's happening today in the papers, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let us look at the highlights very quickly. So right here we do have, from the Business Day, it says, firms bet on economy as Naira maintains stable run. Firms bet on the economy as Naira maintains stable run. Also, how disco can lure biggest customers back to the grid. Again, how disco can run or lure biggest customers back to the grid. Also, it says poor credit access stalls insurance penetration. Poor credit access stalls insurance penetration. All that in the Business Day newspaper, you see that. Then for Punch, we do have ground rent. It says 34 embassies risk closure on Tuesday. For ground rent, 34 embassies risk closure on Tuesday. That we'll see in the Punch. Then for the Vanguard, which will be the last one, from Tinubu to Sanwo-Olu, he says, your sins are forgiven. We'll find out if we're running a papal, conclave or not. But it says, your sins are forgiven from Tinubu, President Tinubu to Sanwo-Olu, who is the governor of Lagos State. So let us start with the Business Day. Ladies and gentlemen, it gets interesting when you see these things. But, okay, again, like I said, I can't do it alone. Josh. When they say firms bet on economy as Naira maintains stable run, does this mean that one way or the other we're in for a surprise? Because if Naira maintains stable run, then there's something different. Do we think that this Salah celebration is giving us some ideas that, look, we should be having Salah every day so that our Naira will be stable?
Yeah,
but anyways.
Interesting, really. But I don't think it's because of the Salah celebration. I mean, I think Naira has been a bit stable. I mean, the last couple of months, and and we need that. You can see the story. Firms bet on the economy as so. It means that it's the confidence of investors. Is now gradually
Mm.
building. Around the Nigerian economy because of the role that stable Naira plays in the because all along it means that investors and even manufacturers and let's say firms generally they can do some kind of there's some level of predictability in terms of projection. Okay, you want to go into this investment, unlike before that you really cannot say you're starting investment today. Let's say Naira is 1,000 exchanging 1,500 to a dollar, and then tomorrow it could simply just turn to 1,700 Naira. I would just that's volatility.
Just
is
a variation.
Yeah. So will not allow you to plan
to follow through.
To be not allowed. So this stability we are now saying is giving some level of confidence to investors. They can bet on the economy. Okay, so fine. The Nigerian economy with the Naira now a bit stable, we can then say, okay, fine. I mean, if we put this in, we know over a period of time we can expect this. Unlike before that, it was just up and down. You can't really predict. You don't know what it will be. Naira will be tomorrow. You don't know what it will be the next tomorrow. It was just fluctuating. But some level of stability now will help investors to.
I cannot agree with you anymore. You just hit the nail on the head. But let's look at what the detail says. It says firms are betting big on Nigeria's economy due to the general improvement in businesses. And of course, it goes on to say that the Naira's stability results from foreign exchange reforms. The foreign exchange FX market began the year at an official exchange rate of 1,500,000, and I take it again, it says 1,538 Naira. So 1,538 Naira to a dollar at the time, and closed June 5th at 1,553 Naira to a dollar. Now, if, well, we wish we had spoken to the major economists, but then even at that, if they say that firms are not betting more money or are betting on the economy, meaning to say that, look, they believe that there's a forecast that our economy will experience a boom in another 2 years of President Tinubu's, presidency, of course, President Tinubu's leadership. Do you think that we can actually see more firms coming in to say, look, we put our money where our mouth is. We go with this economy. Even though subsidy was removed, even though we've recorded a lot of hardship, but yet Nigeria can be out of the woods finally. Do you think with this,
it's basically due to foreign exchange stability that we talked about, I mentioned earlier, because yes, a lot of reform. Okay, some reforms that the President Tinubu administration has embarked upon, fine, but this is basically talking about
because look at it now.
It's basically talking about the stability of the Naira. You understand? The stability of the Naira, which, like I said, helps an investor or a manufacturer or anybody coming
be bold enough to say, let us go with this thing.
Naira, I mean, it's all about being able to predict, being able to say, okay, fine, with this, because over time, we've seen some stability over time, in the exchange rate. Okay, fine, with this level of stability, I can bet on the economy. I know that if I put this in, if I can go to this economy, I can invest in this economy, because the level of Naira is a bit stable now, unlike in the past, that it was so volatile that you couldn't really say what it would be tomorrow. You couldn't say what it would be next tomorrow.
Right.
You couldn't say what it would be, a day after. So with this stability now, it's running over time. Because we're fine with this. I mean,
because the margin wasn't much. I mean, if you look at it here, it says, it says from 1,538 Naira to a dollar, and closed in June at 1,553, Naira to a dollar. If you look at it,
no, but you see, the point is that it's just a slight.
But even that 1 Naira could be a big variation.
But it's not even because of that, really, so much. It's because it's stable. You understand?
Right.
For some investors, what they really need is not how much. Fine. The exchange rate, the devaluation, Naira devaluation is an issue, really. But for some investors, they just want that predictability. You understand? They just want that predictability. Okay. So if we have, for instance, Naira at exchanging 1,500 Naira, for instance, to a dollar, can that stay over a period of time?
Over a period of time.
So that stability is what some investors really are looking out for.
Okay.
Not so much of whether it is a 1,000.
If the variation is too much.
Yeah, but just that stability.
On that stable line.
Yeah, that stability is what drives some people to take investment decisions. Because we know this is what it is now.
And we can withstand
that stability is what is more important to a lot of investors.
We hope whatever it is that the economy can mitigate whatever it is that is thrown at us. But it's good let more foreign investors come in and let more firms bet on our economy. Next story right there on the Business Day. Yes, we are talking about home now. It says how discos can lure biggest customers back to the grid. How discos can lure biggest customers back to the grid. Let me read it out so that we're all on the same page. It says big energy users and spenders are increasingly shifting away from electricity distribution companies, which is disco, choosing instead to generate their own electricity, according to a recent report by, that's us, Business Day. At the heart of this exodus lies the unreliability of grid power, frequent outage, poor voltage quality, and prolonged load shedding. This amongst many. So I think the question would be, is this sustainable? If people are now boycotting, national grid to generate their own power, don't you think that at some point the people who actually deal in solar panels and every stuff that they do will begin to say, let us weigh in on this and say, look, now we have more people asking for it. Would that increase the cost of things? Would we see demand and supply? Will we see scarcity of it? Would we see some people come to monopolize the market to frustrate people even more to say, after all, they have no choice. They will come to us since they are now losing interest and losing hope in, the national grid itself. Because look at it, says how discos can lure biggest customers back to the grid. So on the reverse, can disco, one way or the other, say, you know what? We want to undermine those areas you go to go and get your alternative power supply. That we can actually generate more power. And
we want them to do so.
Well, if they can.
Because the point is that, why, the other time we report a story that big firms, I think this is a follow-up to that story, big firms are moving away from the national grid and then generating their own power to be able to, power their operation. Because national grid is not reliable.
I agree.
And in fact, in spite of the fact that they pay a whole lot, I mean, it's not reliable. As we are sitting there here now, we are using generators, to power our operations here. In spite of the fact that we equally, pay, disco. I think here is
but disco.
But the point is that big firms had to move away because they cannot rely on the national grid one day to be able to power their operation, because either it is not stable, supply is not stable, and sometimes it's not even reliable.
Even if it is stable, it is low.
It is low. It's not able to power their machinery to be able to. So fine, so they move. So the story is actually there talking about
can disco bring them back?
Can disco bring them back? And what do they need to bring them? What do the discos need to bring them back?
Is it funding from federal government?
I think that's what the story was
about.
Trying to talk about. How they can lure them back is to be able to up their game such that if you are supplying a firm, let it be such that what you give is not that kind of low supply that can't even power the operations of the firm.
The operation of the firm. Let us sit down and hanging. The next one here says poor credit access stalls insurance penetration. Poor credit access stalls insurance penetration. We will see more on page 30 on that. But let's just give it a tiny light under less than a minute. If we have an issue with, people reaching out to get credit to push their businesses, right? Do you think what's responsible for it is different from what is mentioned here? Because if you look at it now, it says poor credit access. So in not being able to access credit, right? How is that affecting other businesses?
I haven't actually read that story to know whether
is page 30?
Whether it's on the part of those who want to insure, or whether it is on the part of the company.
Anyways, maybe we should allow our viewers.
But the point really is that insurance penetration in Nigeria is very, very low compared to Nigerian peers like South Africa and the rest of some other African countries, for instance, Egypt, South Africa. Our is still below 1%.
Which it shouldn't be.
Yeah, which it shouldn't be, in spite of our giant status as a
giant of Africa, so they say, but are we truly giant of Africa?
But there are so many factors that are responsible for that. I think.
Let us read the story a little bit. It says citizens' poor access to credit is limiting their capacity to take insurance policies, thereby stalling penetration in Nigeria.
Exactly.
In other parts of the world, where citizens have access to cheap credit to acquire assets, and of course insurance, right? Penetration is high, as they have to insure the investments such as buildings, lands, and vehicles.
Exactly.
So now, I mean, the story is getting more clearer now.
Yeah, it's clearer now.
Because
so the access to credit is on the part of the individual.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Who should take insurance policy for whatever it is that whether it is a life insurance, whether it is insurance for their property,
or their
house, their vehicle, and what have you. But people don't have the fund to be able to.
Because there's a bottleneck, they can't access these things properly. So there's poor credit accessibility.
Yes.
Hence, causing this whole issue that we have.
So that brings us back to the issue of poverty. The other time under Buhari, Nigeria was declared to be the poverty capital of the world. So on a serious note, if someone who is not able to even feed properly, will not be thinking of insurance.
Now I agree with you.
You will not be thinking of insurance. In fact, so many people, it will surprise you. So many people, if not for instance, it's only in Lagos, for instance, that you see. So much, enforcement
following through,
or for instance, vehicle, even third party. In some other states, I don't want to mention this, but I was sometime in one of the state in the north, and when we landed at the airport, and then the man was taking inside the town, and we were having a discussion, and the man told us that this vehicle he was driving. Doesn't have any paper, and so you could drive it for as long as you could drive, and then without either insurance, vehicle license, all of those things. So a lot of people don't even have, apart from the fact that there's the need for a lot of enlightenment, a lot of education about taking insurance policy. Some people, maybe due to poverty.
All right, let us see the point.
We just pray that God will take control, so they don't see insurance. Or something
I hate to say this, but when people say God should take control, we are now shifting our God-given responsibility back to our Creator.
Back to God.
And you wonder, is it out of default that Nigerians say because we cannot think very well, or we are afraid of solving issues, just say let God will take control because we want to tax our brain. Or is it because we want to hide corruption? I say, God will better Nigeria. No. So I shouldn't say what I think, but it is only but natural to say I am ideologists or people who are change makers will say, no, change begins with you.
Yes.
He has created you for a reason. So go and make a change. And stop disturbing him.
Stop disturbing God.
You know what I'm saying? All right. So back to the punch. Let's hope that this one, God allow us to take control of this one. It says, ground rent, 34 embassies risk closure on Tuesday. All right. We have limited time, so I'll just run through it. And so 34 embassies risk closure on Tuesday. We hope that doesn't happen, but if it does, I'm sure there's a backstory to that. Right, so don't waste too much time on that story. That's on the Punch. You guys can find it on the Punch. It says ground rent, 34 embassies risk closure on Tuesday. I don't know if America is part of those embassies, and who knows? But
I don't think the American embassy is not among.
It's not among. Okay, but whichever it is, with what's going on right now and the way Donald Trump is, making
and that's basically in Abuja.
In Abuja, the way Donald Trump is making changes around the world.
The FCT minister has been there.
I'm surprised that American embassy is not part of it. I'm not hating on them. I'm just saying these days now, they're not. That how will I put it? It's not much of a destination point now. You heard what happened with FIFA saying that the World Cup or something like that might not take place in America, and there was a back and forth with that. But that's a different story for a different day. All right, so on to the next newspaper. For those of you who don't know, we've taken stuff from BusinessDay. We're also taking stuff from great stories from the Punch. Let us see the Vanguard now. It says this is quite interesting. Now, Tinubu to Sanwo-Olu, your sins are forgiven. You see, I added some character to it. Your sins, Mr. Josh, are forgiven.
My sins are forgiven.
Your sins are forgiven. I'm going to wonder, if you say,
go and sin no more.
Go and sin no more. I mean, we are laughing over it, but there is an undertone to this thing. Our commander-in-chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, spoke to, welcomed the governor of Lagos State and said to him, your sins are forgiven. My question to us here, as journalists and to our public is this. Are we running a papal conclave where, you must have a sin for it to be forgiven? Or do we just do the right thing? Again, this is on the fence that we're standing here. If our commander-in-chief has told the governor of Lagos State, your sins are forgiven, what exactly were the sins, Josh?
Unfortunately, I don't know what the sins were.
Were they part of the 10 Commandments?
I don't know really.
Thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that. Thou shalt ask me first before you do anything. And if thou does something
and he failed to do, thereby committing a sin. So he now went back to now say,
yes, I'm sorry. So there is an unwritten law now. The 11th commandment, thou shalt not do anything without asking me first.
Really?
Am I striking the chord?
Yeah. I really don't know what the sin, or sin in quotes. I don't know what the sins might have been. But you see, there's something that disturbs me as a person. Really, it is this mentality of governors, seeing the president as the alpha and omega, as the father. Because if you see, apart from, of course, Tinubu is from Lagos. He has been a former governor of Lagos State. He's been in control of Lagos since 1999 till date, as we speak. So he has even that power is even more now that he's even the president and commander in chief. But I don't think this is really right. Because it did not look as if the governors are subservient to the president. Well, like I said, I don't know what Sanwo-Olu must have done, but you saw the video that went viral when the president came. I think it was during the ECOWAS 50th anniversary. Sugar, and then walked past the governor. That was a message. Was quite embarrassing. I really don't know. I really feel that whatever it is that Sanwo-Olu must have done to the president, at that public function, the president needed to also accord him that respect of shaking him. Because it became quite embarrassing to see the president. That something was wrong. Yeah, it became quite embarrassing. It's obvious that something was wrong. And I'm saying that even the president should also try and, as far as I'm concerned, tame his ego. Okay, at a public function, a sitting governor, and then you wouldn't. I really don't know. But the media was looking at for that as content. And so that the thing that video went viral, and people were like, "What is it?" It was at that point that people started, knowing that maybe there's something wrong between the two of them. And then it went on and on and on. And then we then saw that other functions that Mr. President attended, for instance, the commissioning of Lagos, Calabar, Coastal Road, we noticed that the governor was not there. So the sins were still being contemplated. It became clear. And perhaps the governor himself never wanted himself to be embarrassed again. Maybe. That's why he stayed away from some of those other functions that the Mr. President, attended since he relocated to Lagos during this period. But I'm saying that, you see, it doesn't have to be so. I believe that the president didn't need to, snub him. He's the governor of Lagos State. Sitting governor. Whether or not you are the one that, help him to power, that public embarrassment was not good. That's one for me. And the other thing is that I think it is high time that governors, state governors, began to understand that, look, they are elected by the people. They are not appointed by Mr. President. They are elected. And then you are answerable to the people, that, voted for you, not Mr. President. And so do what you have to do to please the people, not necessarily to please the president. This is not to say that you should have any discord with, but your focus should not be on to please the president, but to please the people who put you there, as far as I'm concerned. This idea of and this mentality of looking onto Mr. President as the ultimate power, flows from our mentality, our military mentality. You know, under the military, the military rule, which we have for a very long time in this country, the head of state was the one who appointed the state military administrators. So it was understandable that, look, the head of state has appointed Mr. A to be the military administrator of Lagos State, Mr. B to Mr. So to be the military administrator for your state, Akwa Ibom, Plateau, and what have you. So it was understandable that you will, of course, be loyal to the one who has appointed you. That's the military. And so it was clear that you look forward to, whatever it is that the military, like they say, obey the last command. But this idea, but we're in a democracy. Right. These governors are not appointed. These governors are elected by the people of their state. So their loyalty should not be to Mr. President. Their loyalty should be to the Constitution and, of course, to the people who voted for them. We should shift away from this mentality of looking on to Mr. President as the one who will do everything, or the one who will take orders from Mr. President to be able to run your state. I think that we should understand that this is a democracy. We should allow democracies to thrive. That's the point I need to make here.
Point made, point taken. Yeah. Your view, our viewers, what do you think? From our Commander-in-Chief to the Governor of Lagos State, saying your sins are forgiven. Are the sins actually forgiven? In politics, they say, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but there are permanent interests. Well, before I pull the curtain, we do have our curtain of the day. I'm going to take it. Do we have the time? But don't forget, however you do it and when you do it, remember that the government is for the people and by the people and for the people. Curtain of the day. It says here very quickly before we leave, it says, one thing I hate about this watchdog role is having to pretend you don't like some things, right? Even though you do. Is that what it says there? Okay, whatever I did, but you can read it very clearly, right? It says, okay, so you used to give, is it the grade for it? Not that clear, but it's fine. But you can tell. I'm just trying to read it out here. But whichever you look at it closely, you see clearly that the watchdog has a collar around it. Josh, it has a collar around it and it says PDP around it. And then the other people who are there, right, on the table, eating fat and having big fun, you can tell they have AP. Oh my goodness. I think and they have, from the costume they are wearing, you can tell that they represent one particular party or institution or whatever it is. And they are eating fat on the table. And then the watchdog has a chain around the neck. Even has a binoculars with a bone that has no meat around it. And
this is the reason why the watchdog is now there. Many of those who are supposed to play the role of the watchdog are now also moving, tilting towards where the food is on the table, where the drinks and what have you. And the table is just also because like he said, the watchdog, the role of the watchdog, about this watchdog role is having to pretend you don't like some of the things that you used to crave for. I think this is where people are talking about the issue of Nigeria tilting towards a one-party state. Exactly. Because those who are supposed to play the role of the watchdog are also moving to
they're either here or there.
And what does this tell you? It tells you that in Nigeria, politicians are about themselves. They're not. We just spoke about it. They're not. They don't care for you. They don't care for me. They don't care for the people who voted them into power. They care for themselves. Right. And so wherever the food is on the table, that's where they go. And it is so nobody's willing now to even play the role of a watchdog, the role of opposition. They just want to go to where the food is on the table, which is the ruling party. It's not surprising that you see Omoyeno of Akwa Ibom State. You see the governor of the Delta State. And of course, there is this rumor that more governors are going to defect to the APC. At the end of the day, we might have a situation where it look like as if we are running a one-party state, which is not good for our democracy.
Most definitely. You guys have heard Josh giving his own, weighing in on the conversation. And like we bring this thing to you every day, making sure that the breakfast show is tight. Thank you, Josh, for joining in. In case you don't know, he also makes it happen on the daily. But more importantly, if you're watching us and of course you picked up one or two things, hey, let your holiday be full of joy. And with all our stories, we say, don't go away. Coming up next, the big story. My name is Monica Valentine. We'll be right back.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the BusinessDay CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wale Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data. It is analysis. It is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes. It's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI generated Afrobeats theme music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we would have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up. Have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom. Reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obonna, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
As the air fills with anticipation, Nigeria gears up for the joyous celebration of Eid al-Kabir, as the federal government has officially declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays, offering a well-deserved long weekend for reflection, families, and festivities to be carried out. This extended break, while welcomed by many, often brings with it a unique set of dynamics, especially when it comes to the traditional centerpiece of the Salah celebration, which is the ram.
How much are the ranges? Yeah, so like this one now, you can carry it in 500,000. Like this in 600,000.
600,000?
Yes.
As the last 2 years, how much was this ram?
Last 2 years now, you can buy this at like 350, 400. Let's say 307.
So now it has doubled by almost 100%.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for that?
I think it's the economy. The economy. The economy. Just like, you can't blame nobody.
With a long holiday period, we anticipate a surge in demand. More days off mean more time for families to travel, gather, and of course, prepare for the sacrificial rites. This increased demand, coupled with existing challenges like insecurity affecting supply chains from the north and rising transportation costs, could create a perfect storm in the ram market. So, my team and I went out to different ram markets to find out the challenges these ram sellers and dealers face, and of course, those who actually are the customers.
They are coming, but not too well. Not too well as before, due to the current economic now, and people don't too much have money in their hand. They are just managing to survive. That's all what I can say for. Yeah, they relate with us fine, and the road is very good to here. If you are coming from Ikoyi, Ikeja to this Bagada, it's very, very okay. And the customers are relating to us fine. Sure, you understand. So, no more challenges here because we have vehicles around. So, when you buy, take your goods to your location to you. So we don't have any challenges on that. We can thank the Lagos State government. Yeah. We thank the Lagos State government for the road, for the access road. So we thank them. They should keep calm. Keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You keep calm. You give thanks to Mighty Allah. So Alhamdulillah, mun gode wa Allah sosai da ya ba mu ikon ganin sallah a cikin koshin lafiya, sannan kuma alhamdulillah dan kwastomi suna dan shiga cikin kasuwa suna dan siyar raguna. Dole dai an san akwai wannan rashin kuɗi, amma dai Allah ya sa dai mutane suna dan zuwa suna dan siyar raguna. Alhamdulillah da Allah ba mu lafiya. Allah ba mu lafiya da kuma ikon ganin sallah.
So well, as you've heard our ram seller Ibrahim, and he mentioned clearly what they expect in this season of celebration, let's all prepare to mark this significant occasion. We hope and encourage that everyone follows through this celebration and understand that solidarity matters a lot. And for those who can afford it, don't forget to share the love with your friends and family.
If I buy this one, how much is this one now? Since I bought the ram myself now. My salary is complete.
You can buy it to 150, sir.
450, yeah?
150.
Oh, but this one is very stubborn.
Remember the spirit of generosity, sharing, which is very important. And for others, let us be mindful that a truly blessed Eid is not solely measured by the size of the ram, but by the sincerity of devotion, the warmth of community, and the act of kindness we extend to one another. May this Eid el-Kabir be a time of peace, unity, and renewed hope for all Nigerians.
You are watching Business Day Television.
2 years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I heard about the student, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what and what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all this product. All this local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores they are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all this local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuit now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially these local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did it for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 14 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students, and their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spend 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
I've affected negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged that tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform, like the exchange rate unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world. That is, by the way. So far, so bad, because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people, and it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. Whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that, they do something very quickly to improve the situation. But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
Of the average
earner. Nigerian, that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television. Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Welcome back to bdtv. Most definitely, I hope you enjoyed that package with Anthony Killer talking about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2 years so far. My name is Oneka Valentine, and today, like you know, we've been doing this thing like back to back. But we're on the big story segment and on the social economic implication of the proposed petroleum tax, we'll be talking about a lot regarding that. So, In a quest to ensure funds availability for regular maintenance of federal roads, the Nigerian government has proposed the National Roads Bill. A clause in the bill imposes a 5 naira levy on every litre of petrol and diesel purchased, whether domestic or imported. To fund a new national road fund, most definitely, all that will be put to the discussion this morning. And of course, 5% petrol tax is proposed to be fixed as the levy aimed at funding federal roads and bolstering physical capacity. Now, while this aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mission of expanding revenue and reducing subsidies, the proposal has, however, drawn backlash due to its potential cost of living impacts and how transparently the funds will be used. I'm not alone. So to discuss this implication of the proposed petrol tax, we have Mr. Dikbo in the building. Dikbo, I hope I was able to give you an insight of what we're about to talk about.
Yeah, of course.
But before I go ahead, I know you're not a Muslim, but have you had a show this morning, in the Salah celebration?
So not yet.
Right.
I was hoping when I go to the studio this morning, I will see harvest of meat around.
I will hold my producer to that. Why we don't have our table flourished with a lot of chop, right?
No, I'm ever here ready.
After the chop comes the talk about the 5 naira levy. Do you think this is a great move? And if so, why?
So let's give a background of what the government is trying to do. So the government is trying to impose what we call a road user tax.
Right.
What the government is trying to do is the government is estimating that they need about 800 million naira on a yearly basis to maintain all the federal roads scattered across the geopolitical zones in Nigeria.
Right.
And so we are looking at close to about 100 to 150 federal roads. And the government is estimating that certain amount of money are needed to maintain this road on an annual, to effectively maintain this road on an annual basis. So they are proposing, so this tax is already in law already. It's just about implementing it. And so the government is saying, so why don't we implement this 5% tax, road user tax on via petrol, so that we can get this amount of money to maintain all of the federal roads. Now, let's not forget that petrol prices have been dropping thanks to Dangote refinery. And then if you compare the prices of petrol in Nigeria compared to all our neighboring countries, you'll see that petrol in Nigeria is still the cheapest because, first of all, we have a refinery up and running. And if you look at the economics of scale and the absence of this tax as well, those are one of the reasons why the petrol is cheaper in Nigeria. So what this would definitely do in terms of pricing is prices will definitely we'll see slight or marginal increase in price. And so what that would definitely do across the value chain of whoever is utilizing petrol or using petrol to provide any of the services he or she is rendering, they'll definitely up the prices of such goods and services. So what we are expecting is, and looking at the current inflation, so a lot of Nigerians are already struggling with high cost of living, high food prices, although some would argue that prices are going down. Some would argue that it's not general. There are still some goods that are still relatively high, coming from the Salah holiday where the prices of ram have skyrocketed about.
The prices of ram. I will hold that thoughts with you. Okay. In case you guys don't know, yes, Mr. Dikbo is our in-house economic analyst. He does this thing like, flip of a finger and everything comes up. Let's do a quick break. When we come back, we'll be diving deep more into today's topic, talking about the 5 naira levy. Will that add value, or will the money be missing somewhere? Don't go away. We'll be right back. BDTV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdulrashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates.
Welcome back. Of course, who are we without our CEO forums and our great leadership converge? Yes, before we took that break, we were talking about the 5 Naira levy cut out from petroleum to help get our roads in great shape. And of course, I'm still joined with no other but Dick Moore, who is our in-house analyst when it comes to the economy, and of course, financial issues and how to make it happen. Dikbo, before we took that break, you were on something very key. You still remember your stream of thoughts?
Yeah, sure,
Let's go ahead,
sure.
let's go ahead.
Okay, so I was talking about this latest Salah celebration,
right?
And they talked about the fact that a lot of prices were up, and a lot of people who would want to get one or two things to celebrate with their loved ones were complaining about, oh, prices of RAM increased by 50, 60, some were even saying up to 150% increases.
Did you see our documentary on the RAM?
Yes, I saw you.
Okay.
I saw you where you are trying to.
Right.
I saw you when you are trying to, where you were asking.
They didn't give me free RAM.
Of course, because the prices are not smiling really. Right. And when you look at a lot of things that contribute to that cost component of providing any goods and services in Nigeria, either you are selling RAM, you are selling a business, or you are doing one or two things. One major cost line item is the cost of transportation, or what we call energy cost. And so if there is any slight or marginal increase in these energy costs, you will see a multiplier effect in the prices of goods and services, irrespective of how static the prices must have been in previous time. Anytime there is a marginal increase in the prices of petrol, so let me give a very vivid example. If the prices of petrol move slightly by 10, 15 naira, the prices of things you would get on the streets would also, you would see a slight or marginal increase. Why? Because again, the RAM seller will tell you transportation cost. It cost me 10,000 naira petrol to move last night. This morning it increased by 15,000 naira, 20,000 naira, as the case may be.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say in essence is a slight increase in the price of petrol would definitely have a multiplier effect on the prices of goods and services in the market, which would have a longer term effect on the cost of living in Nigeria.
So, I mean, on the cost of living in Nigeria and the 5 naira levy, who do you think it will affect the most? Is it the marketers? Is it the average Nigerian who simply just drives to the filling station and buys fuel on the vehicle? Or will it affect the, those who produce, well, I wouldn't say the production line, but whichever it is, 5 naira has been taken out. Does that mean that maybe the fuel cost should not be 800 and something, it should be 700? They just added that one on top of it so that they can make more money from that. So where is the money going to come from?
Okay,
to fund this thing? Because I mean, the federal roads need to be fixed, right? And so we're looking at that area as a major source of funds. Now I'm twisting all the questions so that it gives you that holistic answer, not one after the other, but rather all together.
Okay, so this is it. There are, when you look at the cost of refining petrol in Nigeria, there's a cost component to it. There are breakdown. There are so many things that are underlined before arriving at that 870 naira or 890 naira, depending on the geopolitical zone in Nigeria. So there's a lot of cost components to it. There is the NMDPRA tax, more of the regulatory tax. There is the so I mean, I don't quite have everything at the top of my head, but the point I'm trying to make is about 6 or 7 or 8 cost line item contributes to you arriving at that 870 naira price of petrol. So with this new tax, this proposed 5% tax they are trying to introduce, this will be added to the cost line item, and then what we are projecting is, so petrol prices should be nearing maybe slightly closer to 900 or slightly a little bit above 900. But this is the thing about Nigeria. So you've seen petrol prices move at different points in time. Let's not forget that the biggest challenge facing petrol price, or the biggest volatility affecting the price of petrol, is the price of crude oil in the international market. So in as much as crude oil prices are moving on a constant basis, we would always see the effect in petrol prices.
Because I'm seeing it here in the papers also.
Yeah, so petrol prices are not meant to be static. They are meant to move in line with first of all, they move in line with international crude oil market. They move in line with the exchange rate of your country, and then they move in line with certain things like taxes that are meant to be introduced. So this is it. Is road user tax the best way to raise funds to manage federal roads? I mean, I don't know about that. Again, a lot of people have always argued that some of the biggest challenge facing issues about taxes. I mean, we are currently trying to carry out a major reform in our tax laws headed by the Presidential Tax Committee, or led by Taiwo Edele. A lot of people have always argued that increasing the tax is not our challenge. What we need to do is increase the tax net.
Right.
A lot of people are already overtaxed already. I mean, in as much when you get to recharge your phone, you're paying a tax. When you operate a bank account, you're paying a tax. When you try to renew all your car papers, you're paying certain taxes at different points in time. So some people would argue that, look, a lot of Nigerians are overtaxed already. Why don't you increase the tax net? Are there some people who are not in the tax net that you need to bring into the tax net?
Which brings my next question. Do you see this driving issues for consumers?
Well, again, it's a of course it's a big deal. Why? Because you're talking about the price of petrol. Petrol is a very essential commodity in terms of moving around in a place like Nigeria. So there is nothing a consumer is trying to. If you look at all the classes of consumers in Nigeria, irrespective of how you try to carry out your services, either you are doing a retail services, you are doing wholesale services, you are mostly affected by the increase in price of petrol. So definitely consumers will be affected, retailers will be affected, would manufacturers be affected, again depending on the energy or how these manufacturers generates their energy. If you are running on diesel is even much more expensive compared to the price of petrol. So the point you are trying to make is it timely now? Well, that's debatable, because let's not forget inflation is still around. Yes, in some instances, some will say it's going down. In some instances, some will say, no, we can't feel the effect. So a lot of Nigerians are struggling with high exchange rates, high inflation. You just removed the subsidy less than 2 or 3 years ago.
High inflation.
Yeah. So you just removed the subsidy. So again, it's about recognizing you feel the room.
Right.
Is this the best time to introduce this? Are there other ways of raising revenues apart from this? So all of that conversations need to be put on the table. And then if you've explored all of that, and if you need to put this 5% tax, you need to create enough awareness. And the thing about taxes in Nigeria is not just about asking people to pay more tax. How will Nigerians follow the money to make sure that this money is judiciously used to carry out it?
Used. Do you think it will one way or the other be fair on Nigerians?
Again, Nigerians we are known to be resilient, right? We've gone through a series of a lot of people would never. I mean, at some point, we all felt the country will collapse when you remove subsidy.
But to be fair, don't you think again that the economy almost, if not tanked?
Oh yes, of course. I mean, there were immediately the subsidy.
And if that's the case, sorry to call that. If that's the case, this extra 5 naira, is it going to be subtracted from what we're already paying, or will it be added to it?
I think it's going to be added to what we are paying already. So
it makes it even more difficult.
So you're going to be paying more, definitely. But this is it. So you've removed the electricity subsidy, you've removed petrol subsidy, or you've removed electricity subsidy for certain categories of electricity customers. You are removing petrol subsidy, right. FX subsidies have been removed. Now you're talking about introducing taxes. So I mean, it's going to be a tough one for most Nigerians, definitely, because again, petrol prices will moving slightly to the 900 region. Let's not forget that at some point petrol was above 1,000 naira, and now we are seeing, thanks to the economics of scale of the Dangote refinery, we are seeing prices slow down, and our prices are moderating around the 870, 860 region. So what a lot of Nigerians...
For some states,
of
some
course.
Some states that are further off where the point of pickup is, there's added cash to it.
There's added cash to it.
And again, if you remember, there's an issue of some, give and take, artificial scarcity, which will make the cost of fuel in those states a little bit higher. So how do we juggle these things?
Again, petrol prices.
Have in mind that 5 naira is going somewhere.
It's going somewhere. So petrol prices are. I mean, if you look at the global markets, petrol prices would always move. The most important thing is to make sure that they are market reflective, that people can pay these prices, and these prices are, there is no any form of subsidy that is entrenched in getting these market prices. So the most important thing is to find out if these taxes are going to be introduced, how effective will these taxes be utilized? That's one. That's the biggest question. And then there's also another question on how to make sure that you can properly account for these taxes, and then how to make sure that these prices of petrol are not beyond reach for certain categories of people who are assumed to be the most vulnerable in the society. So let's not forget, sorry to cut you, let's not forget that the NBS said about 122 million Nigerians are living in multi-dimensional poverty already. So if
do you agree with that statistics?
I mean,
the indices are kind of shaky.
Well, if you look at it on a daily basis, I don't know about you, but I talk about myself. There's hardly a week where somebody is not asking me for some
prayer requests.
For some
prayer requests or something.
For some amount of money at different points in time. There's hardly a week, or even sometimes a day. So you are as a Nigerian, you are constantly surrounded by people who are in need of certain amount of money just to feed on a daily basis. So yes, some will argue the number is debatable. Some would even argue that it's more than that. But the most important thing is poverty is around and we can see it.
Poverty is around and we can see. On that note, before I call a break and leave, I have one more question which is burning on my mind. I hope maybe you have some good answers with it. Is this: the transport sector is a big deal. Now, if 5 naira, remember, you just spoke about the poverty line is becoming more thinner and thinner. And so, if a woman who does buying and selling has to move from Makoko to Mile 2 Market to display her goods, and the cost of transportation a week ago was manageable, and all of a sudden it hikes thanks to this extra 5 naira, do you think transporters or those who are in transport business will want to even subsidize their own? They will add more transport to it. How does that even affect the normal trader?
Of course.
And it boils down to the cost of fish, cost of other things that you and I will have to go and buy and eat.
Of course. And then beyond even the typical 9 to 5 worker in Nigeria.
So the transporters are the ones who are focusing now.
Yeah. So the transporters will definitely hike their prices of moving from one place to another location. Most definitely. So the market woman who is trying to move orange from point A to point B will be paying more. Anyone working a 9 to 5, whatever salary you are earning,
like you and
I, transport cost is going to be eating a larger chunk of that salary.
Why
so
just jog to work?
Can we jog on Third Mainland Bridge?
You never can tell. You say we are resilient, right? Remember you said it. I'm taking your word.
Yeah, well.
We are
Again,
resilient.
yes, but we have limits, and all humans. I think we do.
You know, they say Nigerians are the most hardworking people found around the world.
Well, because the thing about most Nigerians is when you push them to the wall, they innovate.
Right.
They think outside the box. They try to walk around it. But then, the thing about humans is sometimes you would expect that governments around the world are trying to make the life of their citizens.
But government can't do everything for everybody.
Nobody is asking the government to do everything.
But they're doing at least say 5 naira.
What the basic expectation from government is, why don't you fix the barest minimum, fix the roads, put right schools in place, have
power supply,
efficient health services, power supply, like you mentioned. Those are the most basic things. And you think about Nigerians, sometimes they don't demand too much. It's easier to please them. So imagine if there is efficient road network. I mean, traffic in Lagos can be crazy. If you look at a large chunk of what contributes to that traffic, some of them are 50 or 40% might be attributed to poor road or bad road network. And so all of these things is what the government needs to do, and that's what the citizens are expecting.
And that's what the citizens are expecting. If I leave you, we'll continue this conversation. I know you are engaging, and most definitely,
thank you.
I'll most definitely say having you on a part 2 will make a lot of sense. Dickmo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a big story, but it can be bigger if you continue being consistent with us.
Allah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been wonderful, most definitely. BDTV show stretches longer than you know. I mean, when we started, we took, the news cap, we also did paper review, and we did the big story which you just watched. I didn't do it alone. I did with Dickmo himself, one of our great in-house analysts for the Business Day. Don't go away. We'll be right back. This is the Business Day. As you know, we are the TV. Monica Valentine is my name. Thank you so much.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
As the air fills with anticipation, Nigeria gears up for the joyous celebration of Eid al-Kabir, as the federal government has officially declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays, offering a well-deserved long weekend for reflection, families, and festivities to be carried out. This extended break, while welcomed by many, often brings with it a unique set of dynamics, especially when it comes to the traditional centerpiece of the Salah celebration, which is the ram.
How much are the ranges? Yeah, so like this one now, you can carry it in 500,000. Like this is 600,000.
600,000?
Yes.
As the last 2 years, how much was this ram?
Last 2 years now, you can buy this at like 350, 400. Let's say 307.
So now it has doubled by almost 100%.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for that?
I think it's the economy.
The economy.
Yeah, it's the economy. Just like you can't blame nobody.
With a long holiday period, we anticipate a surge in demand. More days off mean more time for families to travel, gather, and of course, prepare for the sacrificial rites. This increased demand, coupled with existing challenges like insecurity affecting supply chains from the north and rising transportation costs, could create a perfect storm in the RAM market. So, my team and I went out to different RAM markets to find out the challenges these RAM sellers and dealers face, and of course, those who actually are the customers.
They are coming, but not too well. Not too well as before, due to the current economic now, and people don't too much have money in their hand. They are just managing to survive. That's all what I can say for. Yeah, they relate with us fine, and the road is very good to here. If you are coming from Ikoyi, Ikeja to this Bagada, it's very, very okay. And the customers are relating to us fine. Sure, you understand. So no more challenges here because we have vehicles around. So when you buy, they take your goods to your location to you. So we don't have any challenges on that. We can thank the Lagos State government. Yeah. We thank the Lagos State government for the road, for the access road. So we thank them. They should keep calm. Keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You keep calm. You give thanks to Mighty Allah. So alhamdulillah, mun gode wa Allah sosai da ya ba mu ikon ganin sallah a cikin koshin lafiya, sannan kuma alhamdulillah dan kwastomi suna dan shiga cikin kasuwa, suna dan siyan raguna. Duk dai an san akwai wani rashin kuɗi, amma dai Allah ya sa dai mutane suna dan zuwa suna dan siyan raguna. To alhamdulillah tunda Allah ya ba mu lafiya, Allah ya ba mu lafiya da kuma ikon ganin sallah.
So well, as you've heard our RAM seller Ibrahim, and he mentioned clearly what they expect in this season of celebration, let's all prepare to mark this significant occasion. We hope and encourage that everyone follows through this celebration and understand that solidarity matters a lot. And for those who can afford it, don't forget to share the love with your friends and family.
If I buy this one, how much this one now? Since I bought the RAM myself now. My salary is complete.
You can buy it to 150, sir.
450, yeah?
150.
Oh, this one just stubborn.
Remember the spirit of generosity, sharing, which is very important. And for others, let us be mindful that a truly blessed Eid is not solely measured by the size of the ram, but by the sincerity of devotion, the warmth of community, and the act of kindness we extend to one another. May this Eid el-Kabir be a time of peace, unity, and renewed hope for all Nigerians.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdul Rashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole, is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Norma Obona. Way before this, we were just seeing a report put together for Red Tech. And way before that, we had the Salah video that we had put together by our team led by Mr. Onyeka Valentine to commemorate the Eid celebration. And now we are back here with more on the Breakfast Show, and I hope that you do stay with us. And welcome to the social listening segment of BDTV, where we break down the stories everyone is talking about online. And joining me in the studio for this discussion is no other than my colleague Valentine Onyeka. Welcome to the show.
You know, I will tell you, interestingly, people talk about Salah thing. I just get watery mouth. But anyways, I'm here.
And we could see in the video that nobody actually gave you a ram. What happened?
You know, it's a good question. So actually, I was given something else. Okay. And I said, no. Okay. I must have my ram. He said, okay, I'll go and get 500,000.
Oh my God. Things have actually gotten quite expensive. From the reports put together, we could see that some years ago, you could get a very huge ram for like 150,000 naira. Now it's like over the roof.
Yes. I mean, if we must talk about it, it just goes to show you that we need to let the public know that when we talk about the economy, it's hitting home hard, even during the Salah celebration. But that didn't stop people from sharing meat. Yeah, I still had to go to my friend's house and I had a plate myself.
Definitely,
you know? So
definitely.
Okay, so social listening, what do we have?
Well, there's quite a number of stories that are making the rounds on social media at the moment, but we have two that we would discuss due to the time limit today. So we're going to begin with a story that's been going viral about Pastor Adefarasin.
Right.
Pastor Paul Adefarasin has finally responded to a viral video that made rounds on social media, with many suggesting that he has been seen holding a gun. The House on the Rock pastor says he was shocked and deeply hurt by the claims. He told his congregation on Sunday that he does not own, carry, or point firearms. According to him, what people saw in the clip was twisted by people he described as clickbaiters just trying to make money off online traffic. He said the content creator got very close to him, only separated by a glass barrier, and the entire moment was taken out of context. He made it clear that the object in question wasn't a weapon, and the church has no plans to engage in back and forth over the matter. Let's see the video and let's just get a context of what is actually going on.
The enticement of the enemy is always the love of money.
I hope the video
at
plays.
the
It seems
root
like the audio
of
is
all
okay.
evil. What we have had to witness was clickbaiters just looking for more money. I probably wasn't even their target. Their target was to make more money. And I was falsely accused of bearing a firearm, pointing a firearm at an aggressive content creator who came within personal distance. The only thing separating me and him was about maybe 3/4 of a meter and a glass. I do not have a pistol license for a firearm. I do not carry a firearm, and I pointed no firearm at anybody. Amen. And it's our policy not to dignify hate speech, false accusations. We believe that God is bigger than that. And we believe in what is said in Romans 12 and verse 19. And
right.
So, Mr. Valentine, this kind of accusation, how do you think it can cause real damage, or do you believe his claims?
Okay, so first and foremost, I would say in an age where a simple picture can be manipulated to make the viewers or whoever it is as the end content receiver think otherwise, we begin to question, are we heading for impending doom? Because, I mean, truth be told, which means that anyone can just take a picture of somebody or a video, manipulate it, if that is the case, right? I mean, you heard him there, responding to that video that went viral of allegedly, they say he was carrying a firearm or carrying something. I mean, he has cleared the air saying that he doesn't own, a firearm, he doesn't have a license to carry one, and it was very clear that it was only clickbaiters trying to get some form of publicity one way or the other. So my question is, let us turn back to regulatory bodies who are within our space in Nigeria. How do we, and this is a serious matter,
Serious matter.
How would the government put in place things that will enable some certain content creators be held accountable? Because, like I did say, I mean, we see videos of AI videos,
definitely we see a lot here.
Yeah, of the president either being as in dancing one way or the other, which obviously he never danced to some certain things. There's some image manipulation by some quote and unquote some unscrupulous elements who just want to tarnish the image of well-meaning Nigerians or people of high status, like what we're seeing right now. Now, again, our job is to stand on the fence to now say, if there was a video where he wound down, which obviously was a video where he wound his blouse down, and engaged in a slight conversation with whoever it is the person was, like you said, they're 3 meters or 3 feet away. But he said he wasn't carrying anything. So whoever took that video went back, took his or her time to edit it to look as if there was something in his hand.
Holding.
Is that a crime? If it is, what does it attract? If it's not a crime, why is it not a crime yet?
Yes.
Because if video manipulation to deceive the public, right, as if what happened is what it was, then it's a serious matter.
Yeah, I have actually a story, not about Mr. Pastor Paul, but there was this girl on TikTok, and she, before like they had, let's say before AI went very viral, before people started putting prompts to do a lot of things back here in Nigeria, when it was like going viral in Asia and Europe, there was this girl who had just turned 18, and people had made pictures of her naked,
nude pictures,
like naked, and it was very crazy because she did not take these nude pictures, and she does not even know the background, where they came from. No, she just opened TikTok. She had to
cut her face,
yes,
face, and then added it to some.
And you know how realistic AI can be. So she had to delete her TikTok account. In fact, she had to disappear from the surface of social media. You get, so I feel personally that we should, now that AI is coming, we should be making laws that will actually put people in their places. Let them know that, okay, see, you can't do this. This is a very important tool. It's very, very, very wonderful. You see, people, the last conference we went for business, you know, people were talking about the way they are maneuvering stress and excuses with AI. But at the same time, we should make laws that help people or protect people from being, you know, ambushed by people who actually mean no good with AI.
Again, if you look at it closely, whoever it is that walked up to him had one specific goal.
Exactly.
It was well, you know, orchestrated.
Yes.
To make him look bad.
Exactly.
If truly he wasn't carrying a firearm. But even if he was carrying a firearm, let's not make a story for him. Even if he was carrying a firearm, I know he'll be very responsible enough to have a license for it. But even if he has a firearm and he has a license, my question is, some certain individuals in our society should be allowed to have firearm, judging with the fact that there's a lot of high-level insecurity going on in the country. Yeah. And of course, our security personnel will not be everywhere at the same time.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, if you look at it closely, he's a person of interest, he's someone of influence, he's a clergyman, and so that puts him on the direct line and fire of anyone who wants to, you know, attack him, especially if they know the trail where he passes on a daily basis to his house. And of course, there's nothing wrong driving yourself. You won't just enjoy driving yourself. Are you saying that we shouldn't just move around and be freely and be happy? If we as individuals, and I'm speaking to the government now, if we feel threatened in public spaces, yes. Are we allowed to carry firearms? Obviously not. But for some certain individuals are allowed. Now I'm saying this in the context where even if he had one, it shouldn't be concealed weapon. Unless maybe you're working for some arm of the government that enables you to, that allows you to carry a concealed weapon. Maybe you are in DSS or SSS, you know, or you are a security personnel at some level. If you're in the military, maybe you're a captain or something that allows you to have a Beretta, which is a firearm, or maybe you're in the police that also allows you to carry a firearm even when you are mufti. Whichever the case. But as individuals who are, you know, they're not in the military or, you know, civilians, let me use that word. Okay, they're not allowed, they're not in the military space or police or whatever it is. We should have, put this way, do we have provisions for such high level, you know, citizens to have the firearm? I don't think, I don't want to compare us to America because it will be throwing caution to the wind if we say you're allowed to walk into a shop and just buy a firearm.
I don't think we should do that because people will get killed on the streets.
They will
someone will just cross you on the traffic and you pull out your arm. Yeah.
Without proper confrontation, you just you know, you resort to weapon. But even at that, to approach this thing from the balance, I think moving forward, for you to be able to protect yourself, two things: have a camera in your car, so you capture the footage that will also debunk any claim that comes out. It's very important to have your own camera facing you, facing anybody outside, whatever. Before you engage anybody, make sure your camera is running, so that when the story goes out, you have your own story to counter it. An event where the story or the picture or the video, whatever, is doctored, like in this case now, right? Pastor Paul is saying that video was doctored, that the picture was doctored. He didn't have any firearm or something like that. Okay, let's leave it for the professionals who are forensic or whatever you want to call them, who know how to look into these things and now you know, talk about. For us as a station, I would say the story is out there. What's the lesson to learn from it?
Well, let's look at what people are saying on X. Let's just see some of the reactions that people have to this particular story, because I feel he's a very controversial person at this point. So people would want to say something. Oh, the story is very controversial, so people want to say a lot of things. People say even pastors still deserve privacy. He politely told the guy to stop filming him. If he was holding a gun, he would have pointed it to his direction. It was not a gun. Let pastor breathe himself. Now human being, he has grace and he is blessed. If you think it is wrong, pray for him. Okay. Next tweet by Oyekami Adeni, he said, "Sir, it is more important to correct the narrative and address the allegation properly by telling your church members and Nigeria what you were holding in that video, if we are to believe it isn't a gun."
That's another angle.
Another angle too.
Tell us what it is what it was holding.
Okay. And the next tweet said by Moji Nola says, "Not a person who likes to speak for or against men of God, but the pastor Adefarasin's issue would have made a lot of sense if he had brought what he was holding in that viral video as evidence. But man didn't even mention it at all, even in the sermon or speech he delivered." Well, I think this person is trying to poke some holes at the issue.
That he was holding something.
Yeah, that he was holding something.
So hold on. Does that debunk the fact that it wasn't doctored?
One of my reservations is the fact that AI can actually do a lot of things. There are a lot of prompts you can give AI, and it will actually make someone hold something. Yeah, so I don't know. I actually don't know.
AI enabled, but maybe edited in such a way that it will be from the angle as if something like a firearm was in his hand. But whichever the case, the last person on X said at least could have brought out what it is was holding. Maybe it was body spray.
Well, our time is fast spent. Let's look at the next story, which is that, this one is buzzing. I'm really excited to talk about this one. It's a story about Farouk Owegba, the man who stole the show at last year's Ojudoba. So he has done it again in 2025, and he showed up on a horseback radiating that same blend of class, cultural confidence. You see the agbada, the shades, the beads, the entire aura of Farouk Owegba. It's not just something that it's about. He's not just attending; he's commanding attention. And it isn't just about the outfit. Owegba is also a cancer survivor with an inspiring story, a solid career in finance, and now a fresh title. The National Council of Arts and Culture just named him an honorary cultural ambassador, calling him a true Nigerian original. And once again, social media could not get enough. Many are calling him the king of steez. Already, this is his nickname, and saying he's redefined what elegance and edge look like at cultural events. So, Mr. Valentine,
right.
I want you're a man of steez as well, so I want your own take on this. Are you supporting these takes? Because I want to get from, they say it takes a witch to know another witch. Wow. So it takes a man of steez to know another man of steez. So what is your take on this?
Well, first and foremost, for people watching us at home, I'm planning to come and waylay me on the road because Norma said I'm a man of steez. So I'm just a man. But anyways, it's good for every gentleman to have steez. What that does is that it puts you on a pedestrian of, quote and unquote, lack of a better term, right? Grace, and gives you levels, like they always say in Nigeria, gives you some form of position. But however, I want to come from the angle of celebrating life. I think this gentleman on the horse, right, who, Farouk, right? What we're not seeing here, which will give him more light, is the fact that he's a cancer survivor. Cancer is a very deadly thing.
Very deadly.
And I say this without even smiling. I know people who did not make it. I've had my own time to also shed a tear. And I know what they go through. The treatment. I know what they go through regarding family members, and let's not forget about the money, but the psychological torture alone. And very few people come out of it alive. I had my own time to cry, haven't lost a loved one, but I'll tell you one thing for sure. For anyone who is a cancer survivor, the way they will celebrate their life, that's what I'm heading to now.
They live differently.
Will have no bounds.
Yeah.
So I see him as someone who, apart from the fact that there is a celebration going on and there is some cultural gathering, it's also an opportunity for him to live his best life. Because let me tell you one thing about cancer. For what we know, I'm not a doctor, but most doctors will tell you, a survivor stands a risk of it coming back. So if he has the opportunity to live his life and be happy, he should go with it. Now, I don't know about the Cuban cigar in his mouth, though, but you could tell that he's enjoying his life to the fullest.
Yes.
You know, all gashed up with tattoos everywhere.
Yeah, I really love his sleeves. Like,
most definitely.
They are really breathtaking.
Yes, and he's bringing a whole new vibe to the cultural space.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing at all. So I don't think anybody could have said anything bad about it. Let's see what's happening on X, right?
Yeah, let's see what people... I'm sure that people are going to just go crazy about this particular event. Okay, so Anonymous says, one thing I like about his aura is that he doesn't even fit into much designs on his kits, and he stands out among all. Some group of people go soon start to dey hate. Well, I don't know who this shade is thrown at. Pest, you have to come and tell us who you are throwing this shade at.
That person is a Chelsea fan.
Okay, I see. So, Lola says, nobody they follow una drag best dress. So, Farouk Oreogba, fondly dubbed the King of Steez, didn't just capture the hearts with his attire, but with his effortless charisma, confidence, and magnetic presence at the Ojudoba Festival. Let's see the next tweet. Lord Justice N. This guy starts planning his Ojudoba as soon as the present phone ends. Farouk is goated, I beg. I really agree with this guy. I don't think that, you know, there's just some outfits that you know that someone has taken time to put together. You not just wake up and be like, okay, let me just wear this cap and these glasses. Like, he took his time. You surely have someone designing the next one. But I think the one for 2027 is already in the works.
So I mean, just to pour more light to this thing. Again, the way and manner he's approaching it, for them to call him King of Steez, is just a scratch on the surface. There's still more that's going to come out. Like I told you, in celebrating your life, I've seen a 90-year-old man gashed up to make a 16-year-old look like toy.
Nothing.
Why? Because for you could have got to that level, you could have survived a lot of things. And it's there. It says he's a cancer survivor, like I said before. So if whoever it is that is there saying something about haters or whatever, I think King Farouk, that means that word, has passed that threshold of whoever's going to hate him.
Yeah.
When you have passed that threshold, you're not worried about what anybody will say. The idea of, oh, what will the public say? The idea of some form of stereotype. The idea of some form of, social media space saying whatever they want to say will mean nothing. Why? Because you have broken through. And as a breakthrough survivor, guess what? Other things that you will see that will not see it. So what you're seeing right now is, I have another shot at life.
I'm telling
so
you.
I must go with it with every energy that I have.
And he's giving it his all when you think about it. I feel like there's something about those who have stood in the edge of death before and they've returned. They're like, you know what? You people have done your own. Now is my time to really live.
Let me even shock people further. For anyone who has survived a car crash alone, will tell you, look, the way and manner they approach life now and see life is totally
very different.
Let alone surviving something that, look, cancer affects mentally, physically, affects financially. And so if you have gone through all those hurdles with friends and family around and you succeed in beating it in 2017 or 2014 or so, whatever it is, the year, and he's healthy and strong, look, I tell you, we're only just seeing the beginning of the celebration. More is going to come.
Yeah.
So King of Steez.
Yeah. So that's where the social listening today, we're going to be cutting it. We would have loved to talk more about the King of Steez. I'm sure my co-anchor, Mr. Valentine, would have, wanted to stay more, but that's all we're going to be taking for today. But don't go away. We still have more content coming to your screens, and we remain your favorite channel, bdtv. I am Norma Obona, and with me was
Onyeka Valentine, bdtv, and we're out.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space. In spite of all the challenges, we're still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them subsidized day-old chick price because we're the #1 producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks, we were fortunate, the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast Rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform, for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. That like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that is implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there's so many. There'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done, but the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is, we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology. Particularly, we're in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right, accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, that is and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with a technology that can allow them to grow productively at scale and, more importantly, sustainably. So that's where government can come in. Okay. What's the difference? Well, this is 2025. One, but from my assessment, I can see the crop of stakeholders and professionals brought, in the room, and I believe that this is a hot pot, right, where these issues are being discussed, and I want to hope that from here we can be able to get into actions that result into real impact on real people, right? So beyond just talking, I can see the crop of people that is really significant and commendable. But what's going to be more important, and what I hope for through this conference, will be translating this discussion into action, right? We can see government, we can see private sector individuals, we can see development organizations who are interested in the agricultural sector. Yeah, we can be able to make things work.
Like I said in my presentation, all the stakeholders in the agri ecosystem in Nigeria, especially the government and the private sector and investors, need to come together to a round table to discuss the possible investment available for the mechanization ecosystem, especially for making tractors available to smallholder farmers, affordable tractors. If we have tractors that farmers can easily pay for, all right, it will reduce the dependency on on crude equipment. Okay, so the call to action is for every player in the system to sit down on a round table and discuss how to make this possible. If it is investment, bring in your investment. If it is policy, how can government policy improve and impact positively on the availability of tractors? Can we, by policy, increase the number of tractors available to farmers across Nigeria? Can we, by policy, reduce the costs of tractors currently? So I think that is with the various stakeholders and the powers that be to make sure that tractors are everywhere for smallholder farmers. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. With what we currently have, even imported tractors are not enough. Right, there's a huge deficit. of almost about 200,000 tractors in Nigeria. We can make that up. We can make up that number by fabricating locally, by supporting local fabricators. I don't think we have up to 5 firms or companies fabricating currently in Nigeria. We can increase the number of local fabricators. We can make funds available to them to be able to include. We can develop markets for them. We can help them with demand. We can help them with all sort of their capacity to be able to adequately fabricate and manufacture and release these tractors to the farming population to enable everybody have at least enough tractors to farm their land. We provide technology services connecting farmers to owners of tractors, number one. We also work in policy, working with the government to see how, through the impact of policy, we can reduce drastically the effect of the economy on fabricators and manufacturers and importers of tractors. Right. Number three, we collaborate. We work with every interested private sector player, public sector player, and farmer groups to understand the various challenges and how to play our role in reducing the problems. Yeah, it's definitely a limitation because, again, like I said at the presentation, if farmlands are scattered everywhere, it's almost impossible for any owner of tractor to make their tractors available. All right. So how do we start clustering farmers? How do we start bringing them together? How do we make it possible for a particular, for instance, a particular 200 hectares or 1,000 hectares? Yeah. How do we make it possible for farmers to actually cultivate together? Right? How do we build a farming community? Okay, so that when a tractor hits that community, the owner is able to till about 1,000 hectares or even 500 hectares or 2,000 hectares, right, without moving out of that community. So clustering is the way to go. Developing farming communities is the way to go. My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
So I think number one, it's a myth to say that we don't have farmers in Lagos. In the last 6 months, 9 months to 1 year, we in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, we've been on farm tours, moving around various farms in the 3 agricultural zones of Lagos in Badagry, Ikorodu, and Ekpe areas. Maybe we don't have as many vegetable or crop farmers as you have in other parts of the country because our farmers are more focused on poultry, livestock, piggery, and aquaculture. So they are also farmers. And then you have the artisanal fishermen as well. But we do have farmers indeed in Lagos. In the Ojo axis, for instance, Badagry, you have a lot of vegetable farmers. In the Ekpe axis, Ikorodu axis, you have a lot of aquaculture and poultry farmers, and in other areas you have pig farmers as well. So number one, it is a myth that we do not have farmers. Being here today at the Business Day Summit, moving Nigeria from food scarcity to sufficiency and what have you, it just consolidates everything we have been doing as a Lagos state government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, putting together a market-led transformation. I was very happy that in there, one of the panelists had mentioned that systems and building the right kind of systems for all stakeholders within the value chain is actually what is most critical, rather than giving silo-led interventions, which is what is the norm. And having a market-led transformation system is actually the fulcrum of all we are doing in the state government in Lagos State. And essentially, it is harmonizing all the efforts of value chain actors. So you're talking about logistics providers, you're talking about storage facilities being made available, you're talking about input providers, you're talking about market actors themselves, the market men and women, you're talking about aggregators, you're talking about financiers, you're talking about everybody and anyone you can think of in the value chain that would ensure that your food moves from the farm to your table. That is the essence of having a market-led system, and that is what we are doing in Lagos State. Building the largest food logistics hub, which will cater to the aggregation that is required to be able to consolidate all holdings around food and ensure that at least we have a minimum of 180 days of availability of food if there's a disruption in the system. But Sorry. Yes, will that guarantee?
That guarantee drop in prices?
Yes, that's the whole idea, because when you have enough food available, it means you take out fluctuations as regards availability. Also, you have preservation in place, because you can't store food without having the right preservation technologies in place. At the same time, the price point at which you buy, it means you no longer are subject to demand and supply fluctuations or even climatic conditions, because you have the foods available year round, and for that reason you can actually stabilize prices. These are areas we have seen are critical to the overall ecosystem in agriculture, and this is where we are putting our monies behind, to ensure that for the entire Nigerian space. And when we talk about agricultural food availability, Lagos is at the forefront. We understand our place as the largest market in sub-Saharan Africa, and we know that we must also collaborate with other states that have the capacity and capability to be able to provide the quantum of food that is required. So this is not just a silo game. It is for all of us, private sector, public, non-governmental, civil society, for all of us to partner, come together, and ensure that we have food available for everyone. So I hope I have broken the myth for you, but I mean, it's left for you to come and see what we are doing in the space, but we indeed do have farmers. I mean, come out during World Food Day celebration and you'll see that Lagos does indeed have farmers. No, when you say eggs are expensive,
Does you think that?
in Lagos, we just rounded up the Onje Eco Food Farmers Subsidy Program, where we actually subsidize input feed for poultry farmers and aquaculture farmers. We gave a 25% subsidy. We worked with the likes of Olam and with the likes of Animal Care in ensuring that the farmers got the feed also directly from the manufacturers themselves. And that was able to help bring down the cost of eggs and the cost of chicken and the cost of even fish. Right now, as I speak to you, at one of our facilities, which is the middle level hub at Mushi Idiro, that's a fresh food hub, egg is sold at the lowest price in the state. And when I'm talking about eggs, I'm talking about the largest sized eggs, and a crate is going for 5,300, whereas in other parts of the state we have eggs going for about 6,000 to 6,500 naira. The same thing is happening for many other products, and these are things that we are working on as a state government to say, when we have specific locations, when we have facilities that can be controlled in terms of quality, in terms of accessibility by the farmers themselves, where you negate the middlemen, then consumers will be able to access food at lower prices, and government will also be able to intervene properly and ensure that in terms of subsidies, in terms of interventions, it is going straight from government to the consumer, taking out the middleman in the whole space. My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space. And when I say actors, you're talking about from farmers themselves to those who are in the finance sector. And these are people who truly are catering to the people within the space, so they know what they're talking about. Number two, I'm very happy, again, like I mentioned earlier, it is a systemic solution that must be adopted. And a systemic solution means we cannot work in silos. We must cater to the issues surrounding logistics. We must cater to the issues surrounding storage. We must cater to the issues surrounding credit and finance and insurance and financial accessibility. We must cater to production itself. We must cater to climatic issues regarding ESG and what have you. We must cater to water resources even being made available. So when you put all of this together in one full basket, and solutions are tailored to each and every one of them, but in congruence with one another, then we'll start to have the right kind of solutions to the entire problem. The bottom line at the end of the day is food availability. What is food availability? It is when food is made available at the right price, in the right quantity, at the right time, to the right consumers. And this is where markets also come in. Markets help to harmonize all of these efforts together. And for you and I, that comes up to us in the form of pricing and in the form of the freshness and wholeness of the food. So this is what we are doing in Lagos State Government, and I'm very happy that what Business Day is doing here today, it just harmonizes for us all of our efforts in the last couple of years.
As Jovrain Grow, we own 48,000 metric ton cocoa processing plants in Nigeria, which make us the largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Nigeria and second largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Africa. So as a group, we encourage value addition, and that is why we are into value addition, adding value to our commodity. So as a group in John Vane Group, we have some of our subsidiaries that are having value to our commodities, such as cocoa processing. So in John Vane Industries, what we do is we process cocoa bean into cocoa butter, cocoa cake, cocoa powder, which are also served as raw material for some organization. And as a processing company, we also process cashew into some other derivative under the authority of our other subsidiary, Noble Eagle. We also process sesame. We process soybean into soybean oil. We process paddy rice into polished rice. And with this, what we are doing is to encourage value addition to our commodity and also to discourage food importation. We are encouraging local food production within the agricultural sector and also to encourage the smallholder farmers into farming and also to encourage the youth to go back to farm, because by adding value to all this commodity, we are also encouraging people to come and rather than exporting the raw commodity abroad. In John Vane Group today, we are partnering with over 15,000 farmers, and by 2030, we have a target of partnering with 150,000 farmers, and which means that in long term, we are encouraging more smallholder farmers. And also within our schemes, we have a scheme in John Vane Group. We have the Ingra schemes, and we have the Hardgrass scheme. We are doing this to encourage farmers, especially from the small orders to the mid-level and to the large farmers group. And in John Vane Groups today, we are encouraging cooperative settings. We are encouraging farmer groups in such a way that our farmers, especially both in our hardgrass farming scheme and Hingra farming scheme, we have different farmers group and we have different cooperative. And we are not stopping at that. As I speak to you, as of last week, we still have a team on the field encouraging cooperative formation so that we can have more farmer group within our group to encourage smallholder farming system within our business. Yeah, in Nigeria today, farmers are suffering up to 40% post-harvest loss. We realize this as a business, as John Vane Group. And that is why we have built and we are still building small warehousing units in every community where we have our farmer group in order to avert the challenges of poor road, like you mentioned. Before they bring in their commodity from the farm to the town or from the farm to the market, there are lots of losses. So in order to avert this, in each of our community where our cooperative and farmer group are established, we have many warehouses for them. And also through our logistic arm, as a business, we also have our logistic arm named Even Hauling, where we have over 100 trucks. So we have access to easy logistics. So through this, we move all this in bits from their local warehousing to the factory and also to the mega warehouses in the city. We also, through our transportation system that we currently established, we also encourage farmers and make transportation easier for them for moving their products from their farm to the local warehouse hub and also to our mega warehouses in the city and also to the factory for processing. Yeah, so our business, we are into both local processing and also into export of the finished products. So like I mentioned earlier about the losses that the farmers are encountering and faces on the farm, you also mention poor road infrastructure. So we need the government to intervene into all these challenges. This joint venture has preferred solution to logistics, but how many can the private sector do? So we want the government to come on board and assist the smallholder farmers. Yes, there are schemes that we as a business have established to help these farmers, but we can only do this to the farmers under our group. I mentioned earlier that we are looking at 150,000 farmers by 2030. But in Nigeria today, we cannot reach all the farmers. We cannot provide solution to all the problems that all the farmers in Nigeria are facing. So we need the government to come on board and assist the private sector in order to help the farmers. Government might not be able to.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Oando has finally released its audited financial statement for 2024, 4.1 trillion naira in revenue, the highest of any of the listed oil and gas companies for 2024. Profit after tax, 220 billion, a 267% gain or increase from the 65 billion posted in FY 2023. Earnings per share, 18 naira. That's quite a lot. Looking on the surface, this is beyond impressive. However, on the show today, we'll be taking a deep dive into the numbers. Welcome to Economy and Markets and Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. After missing the May 30 deadline for the release of its audited financial statement, Oando finally did the needful on June 3rd. That was 3 days ago. Perusing through the numbers, we see the company's revenue surged to 4.1 trillion naira, gross profit 156 billion naira. When you factor in the 1.1 trillion naira income from what is termed as other incomes, we're talking about the FX gains, we see pre-tax profit at 384 billion, then profit after tax 220 billion. In terms of margin, the company posted a net margin of 5% for the financial year 2024. Essentially, these are quite impressive figures, but like they say, revenue is vanity, profit is sanity, but cash is king. From its cash flow statement, we see that Oando took a new borrowing of 2.2 trillion naira last year. Obviously, this was to finance the acquisition of NAOC, that's the Nigerian Najib Oil Company, which it acquired in the middle or around August 2024. Look at the cash flow, negative operating cash flow of 535 billion. On the show this morning, there's quite a lot of this to unload, but we'll be helped on this journey by Temitayo Abe, a senior research analyst at Capital Bank Core. She's a member of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers and has close to a decade of experience of the Nigerian investment and asset management scene. Good morning and welcome to the show, Tim Tyre.
Good morning, David.
Hi.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Yeah. So first of all, what's your take on one of those numbers? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Basically, just take us through it.
Okay. Wando. I think I would describe Wando as a company in general. I would like to describe Wando as a company in a transformative state. If for better word, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm
okay. If for better words, because like I said earlier, when we look at the financials of the company, we have actually revenue hub, profitability hub, but the question is still what is happening in the operating cash flow and the balance sheet. While we look at the revenue actually grew by 44% to 4.1 trillion in 2024, which was supported by trading in crude oil revenue.
Yes.
And also we have the supply and trade segments, which account for 90% of the revenue, actually grew by 70% in 2024. But within that, we actually have product volume dropped by over 60%. We have the downstream business also still struggling. So that would major say would we say Owando's revenue is actually measured from the supply and trading? I think that would be the answer, yes, because also we have additionally on the revenue side, we have the exploration and petroleum actually grew by over 200% to 388 billion or so for in 2024 from 126.7 billion. And when you're looking at the results, when you're looking at the revenue up, we're looking at the drivers of the revenue. Also, I noticed that what actually also helped the supply and trading segment was also favorable refined crude oil prices in the global market, which was actually more favorable in 2024. But when you're looking at that, we look at the direct cost, which actually also grew close in line with the revenue. It grew by 42% with that, and which actually brings the gross profit margin to about 3% from 2.99%. Although we might say, oh, this is an improvement, but this is a thin margin compared to what others in the industry would be doing.
Okay.
Also, compared to what others in the industry have been doing, we look at the operating expenses. The operating expenses also doubled. Even with that, despite we have an increase in operating expenses due to administrative expenses, the sundry expenses, and every other thing, we actually have a profit of the company actually have a profit after tax. Despite the tax expenses, the company has a profit after tax of over 265.18%. That's to 220 trillion, which is quite impressive. But with this, we are just looking at this top line growth. We are looking at the top line growth, but bringing it down to other segments, we look at the operating cash flow. The operating cash flow was negative despite a strong profit number, and this is actually suggests a weak working capital. The working capital of Wando is actually still in the negative, and I think we see our pressure in the downstream segment. Also, when you look at that, also you look at their balance sheet. Like you say, cash is king, and we look at their balance sheet. The balance sheet is still structurally weak. We have the total liability at 6.8 billion, and we have total asset at 6.4 billion. We have liability exceeding the total assets, which is quite. We have equity remains in the negative zone. We have, even with that, the a mere calculation on the Osman Z score would show you that this company is actually not really bringing in that. It's highly more financed by debt.
Yes.
So I think that's just.
Okay, so when you look at it compared to other, you said quite a lot about, especially you rounded up with the fact that when you look at their financials, we see that it's a highly debt finance company. It's not a very liquid company when you want to put it in that sense. So you also said something around when you said something around their gross margin when compared to other players. That leads to my next question. When you compare Wando to some of the other listed upstream oil and gas companies, they are not so much, but we still have Aradel and we have Seplat there. How did Wando fare in 2024? I don't know if there are other oil upstream players that have their financials out there. How did Wando fare in 2024 when you compare to these other guys?
Okay, I think when we compare Wando to Seplat and Aradel, yes, strong revenue in terms of in top line in Naira. 1.1 trillion. I think Seplat will be around 1.6 trillion or so. The Naira there are 581 billion, yes. But with that, are we also looking at the balance sheet and the cash position of others? We know there's a strong top line revenue growth and profitability, but we're also looking at their cash flow position. Owando's growth is more acquisition led and also the debt heavy. We have the acquisition led in Owando, yes. I think we'll talk more on that later. Also, let's look at it also. Seplat has actually been consistent in paying dividend. Owando, since 2014, we've not had anything in that aspect. So I think with that,
and when Aradel too has paid dividends.
Yes, I think when we are just looking at the fact that they have a strong client, but we also look at their balance sheet and their operating cash flow, which brings down to the fact that Wando still have a weak operating cash flow and their balance sheets.
That's one part of the discussion that we are coming to. That balance sheet, that cash flow part, and the balance sheet. Those two things they look a bit shaky for investors. But now let's look at their acquisition cost and let's look at capital expenditure. Owando took borrowings to finance the acquisition of NAOC. I think you're aware about the acquisition that happened in August last year. $754 million. When I looked through their cash flow statement, I saw that they took new borrowings of 2.2 trillion basically to finance working capital as well as this acquisition. Yesterday, they announced again that they just took another new borrowing from Afrexim Bank at around $375 million. But when you look at it, capital expenditure was just around 19 billion. In 2023, when they took less borrowing, it was 45 billion. Is this not raising the question of underinvestment? They bought new assets. How is this going to fare for the fact that they are not putting in as much capital into investing in those assets? Help me analyze the situation. How does it look from your end, from the end of somebody who is in the market, who is a shareholder?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think it raises a lot of concern with Owando aiming to double its production and also maximize new assets with this agri. The agri acquisition is actually a very good one for the company, yes. But with that, you expect an higher capex, like you said. Also, a 19 billion is quite modest for that. And with that, it actually linked to the fact that probably there's a lag between that's the acquisition and also operational control in this. But let's see, just from August 2024 till December, that's just 4 months. Let's see if 2025 we expect that we see the acquisition reflects more in the numbers and we see how it is going. So let's see if that would actually play out this 2025. But yes, that said, Owando is also trying to target 10,000 barrel of equivalent oil per day. Although this year they said that they will do 30 to 40,000. Well, with that, they just need to scale up their capex, and let's see. Yes, it raises concern, like you said.
Okay. Then now we're going to talk about their balance sheet liabilities that doubled. They doubled from about almost around 3 trillion. Now it's 6.8 trillion. Talking about their total liabilities. So is it a point of concern about the leverage? Is Owando over leveraged? And is there concerns around the solvency of the company? Hi, Timtayo. Did you get my question? I said, is there a concern about the leverage? Is Owando becoming over leveraged? Are they over leveraging their hands?
Do you know why I actually smiled? Because as an investor, when I see a current ratio of 0.25%, which would not signal something to me, it's a debt to asset ratio, a debt to asset ratio of over 1%, over 1.0x. That is actually signaling a whole lot to me as an investor generally. We see a financial risk there. Yes, it's actually raises concern because their debt to asset ratio is above 1.0%, which means that they hold more than they have currently. Their equity is negative. Their current ratio is 0.25, which even went down from 2023 numbers, and that shows that in the short time they would actually be able to meet their short-term obligations, and that's actually a liquidity issue.
And for a company that is operating, especially in a very cash-heavy sector like upstream oil and gas, where cash comes in every day, I think it's an issue of concern.
Yeah.
But when you want to look at it from the surface level, it almost looks like the company is doing well. Almost, because this is not where Owando was 2 years, 3 years ago. We've been seeing their numbers and it's been looking dastard. Now you raised concern around their current ratio, talking about how based on that current ratio, it looks like their current liabilities may even be quite worse, or the situation around their current liabilities may not be as good as it may seem. The company has a current borrowing, that means within the next 12 months they have a current borrowing of around 1.3 trillion naira. Do you think, okay, based on your own understandings, how do you think they can go about solving some of these issues? Is it by hoping that, and let's not forget $550 million connected to Project Gazelle or forward oil sales that they have been a huge contributor to. Do you think that Owando has what it takes to keep on keeping on, basically?
I think that with major strategic expansion, I think you said earlier that this is not Owando of the past. Yes, there's an Owando of the whole, where the financials are actually not looking good, and this 2024, I think that it comes with a breather, like a freshness in their report. But despite that, we still have high financing, high debt financing, which is still raising a concern. Yes, with that. But I feel that the company wants to raise equity. Yes, the company is starting on raising equity, and with that, I think that they can be able to manage their debts. That's their negative equity. So with that, when probably raising of equity, restructuring, improving their operating cash flow, yes, Owando still has a way to move on from that. Yes.
Owando has been everywhere. Like if you're not in the oil and gas space, you probably think they are the most active oil company in Nigeria. They've been in the clean energy space. They've come with some number of electric buses in Lagos. They've signed deals with state government for the construction of some wind power plants. They've also, if you check their books, you discover that they are now into lithium. They've gotten mining licenses for lithium, bitumen, and the sorts. Do you think that the company is Let's not forget about the fact that they've just won the bid to take over a refinery in Trinidad and Tobago. Then they've been also trying to get some oil assets in, I think, in Angola. How are they funding all of this without over leveraging? Or do you think they're just overplaying their hands?
I think that they're actually overplaying their hands, because the question still remains, how this thing being funded? I'm not against the fact that clean energy strategy, it's long-term positioning and everything. It's okay, but the questions remain the same. How are these being funded? Are we going to take new debts? Would this not stretch our balance sheet? The balance sheet we are actually saying, oh, it is weak. Won't this stretch the balance sheet further? Are we going to inject fresh equity or external project financing? And also, what are we going to do? Are we going to leave the downstream like that and just focus on our supply and trading it's just a whole lot. And I think that yes, it's going to stretch the company's balance sheet if the company keeps getting more financing, which wouldn't be a good signal at the end of the day.
So now my own question will now switch to from the position of the shareholders. The capital markets this year, we've seen Owando go back and forth. We basically saw it do negative 40 at some point. Now it's back up. At least this week, Owando is probably the best trading stock on the exchange. There's been a lot of back and forth, especially because at least after release of their numbers, some investors have seen, okay, they can take position on Owando. But what's your projection? Are there still upsides to holding an Owando stock? Or it's just or your advice is everybody exit their position right now?
Oh no. On Wednesday when the result was posted and we just looking at the market, by midday the market is fully bid. Even as at today midday, it's fully as at yesterday midday, it's fully bid at 10%. And you couldn't even take it, and you're like, is there still upside in this company? Yes, there are upside. Looking at the results, the revenue, the strategic expansion, the like I said earlier, the Agip acquisition is just a 4 month, August to December. We've not really seen it fully reflect in their numbers. We've not really seen the results. So for me, I have a projection of, with a 5-year compounded annual growth rate of 71% in the past, actually have a growth rate projection of 6.9 trillion in this 2025 on the numbers, which in revenue, which would actually mean a good thing for the company. The company will still add upside because of the strategic expansion, the Agip oil. We're still going to see that. Also, we can actually see that the Agip acquisition actually increased, double their 2P reserves to almost 988 million. So we still have some growth in that, yes. But we still have some growth in that, yes. A PE ratio of about 2.9x within the industry. We still know that there is still some play within that. But this is Owando we are talking about. And they say that can we always forget the past? I don't know if investor would want to forget Owando, because Owando still has a whole lot of corporate governance issue. I mean, 2024 numbers came in June 3rd. And when are we expecting half-year 2025 results?
These are significant issues that Temitayo has raised, but that's all we can take on the show this morning. Thank you so much, Temitayo, for talking to BDTV.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Have a lovely morning.
And you too.
Yes, quite a number of issues have been raised. We've raised issues around the capital, around their balance sheet, around the cash flow statement. The company is quite leveraged. When you look at their liabilities, you look at not just the liabilities, you look at the current liabilities. Go further and look at some of the ratios. You look at the current ratio, you see that there is quite a bit of naysayers will have quite a lot to say about Owando when you look at their numbers. But the upside is, it's not the first time. It's always Owando. For the last 3 years in perpetuity, Owando has had this same situation. They just released, in 2024 was when the company just got to release its 2022 and 2023 financial year statements. So there's still a bit of, what's the word? No, we can't say it's uhuru yet, but it's quite a bit of upside. And like she said, when you project based on what has been and what is right now, you know that, okay, the strategic expansion drive of the company is beginning to take shape in some way. We'll be keeping track on Owando and other stocks, not just Owando. Half year 2025 is about to kick in full force. By July, we'll begin to see companies release those numbers about how they've done in H1 2025. And that's all we can take on economy and markets for this morning. Have a lovely morning, and Barka de Salah.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obuna. Good to have you enjoy your holiday with us here today. Now let's see what's making headlines. Naira to stabilize at 1,600 to 1,650 Naira per dollar, Rwanda projects. Marketers urges Dangote refinery to sell petrol below 800 naira per litre. Boko Haram attacks Buratai ex-army chief in Borno. Israel says Hamas Gaza chief Sinwar's body identified. New football rules announced ahead of 2025-2026 season. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where economist and managing director of Financial Derivatives Limited, Bismarck Rwani, has projected that the naira would trade within 1,600 to 1,650 naira to a dollar in the near term. Rwani revealed this during his presentation at the June edition of the Lagos Business School breakfast season. The analyst, who did a midterm economic review of the current administration, maintained that the Nigerian currency remains undervalued by 26.82%, while the dollar, which has weakened by 8.7% year-to-date, could support the strengthening of the naira. And for the June-July period, Rwani projected that inflation data will reveal a slight decline to 23.15%, while the real GDP growth from Q1 2025 will come to a 3.4% for the June-July period. And moving on, the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria has urged the Dangote Petroleum Refinery to sell premium motor spirit known as petrol below the current 825 naira per litre price being sold by the Lekki-based plant. IPMAN Publicity Secretary Chinedu Udadike, revealed that the refinery had the necessary enabling factors to sell petrol below its current ex-depot price, while believing that the current petrol price was cheaper than other West African states. He says the product should be far cheaper in Nigeria, selling for about 750 naira. The secretary added that many of the West African countries do not produce crude oil, nor do they have refineries processing crude in local currencies. To end the local news, former Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, retired, narrowly escaped death on Friday after his convoy came under a heavy gunfire attack in Borno State. According to reports, the assault, believed to be orchestrated by suspected Boko Haram insurgents, has further raised concerns about the escalating insecurity in the region. The lawmaker representing Borno South Senatorial District, Senator Ali Ndume, revealing this on Sunday, noted that the retired Army General and his accompanying soldiers were ambushed near a frontline military base. And moving to the foreign scene, the Israeli military has revealed that it has located and identified the body of Mohammed Sinwar, the military leader of Palestinian armed group Hamas in Gaza. Israeli Defense Forces revealed that his body was discovered in a tunnel underneath the European hospital in the southern city of Khan Yunis. The forces says it has verified the body's identity through DNA checks, while Hamas has not publicly confirmed his death. The 49-year-old was killed in an airstrike on 13th May, which the Hamas-run civil defense agency said killed 28 people and injured dozens. Now to end the news, the International Football Association Board, IFAB, has announced a series of significant updates to the laws of the game set to take effect in 2025-2026 season. These changes, among the most comprehensive reforms in the recent years, has been designed to enhance the flow of matches, promote fairness, and improve the experience of fans. The updates touch on multiple facets of the sport, from goalkeeper behavior and assistant referee positioning to greater transparency in VAR decisions and innovations aimed at improving the interaction between players and officials. The new rules will, however, make their global debut at the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup in the United States, where they will be implemented for the first time in the competitive game. And that's where we bring it to wraps this afternoon on the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned for more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdulrashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties, and 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean,
Yes.
that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you're dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better. And also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving, and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
On May 29, 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hasawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told BusinessDay that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
On Wednesday, we just wake up in the morning around 6:45 to 7 o'clock. So I was inside the house. Almost everybody is inside the house. All I could notice, I hear the crowd. Everybody were just rushing, running. So I see that the crowd is too much. I try to come out to verify what happened, that people are shouting and running. And when I come outside, all I could see is water flowing with the people's goods and properties, even the human beings along with the houses. So what we were first doing, we were trying to rescue those people that water are flowing, trying to take away. So, but unfortunately, before we know, it reaches our places also. We couldn't help them again. We started running for our own life as well. We tried to rescue our properties, but unfortunately, we couldn't help ourselves. So many lives have gone, and so many people have also injured. Unlike our neighbor, he lost 9 people. The next neighbor lost 8, while the other lost 10. The other, some people even lost 15. So any figure of death that they recorded is true, because in 2 houses you can record 30 people or more than 35. So even if they tell you that the people that lost their lives in this incident, they are more than 200, is true, because we have 2 malams that are having Almajiri students under their care. One man has almost 50 students in Almajiri in their houses, because it happens in the morning and they are doing their morning recitation, karatu. So all they could notice, the water just started entering, and you can't gather them. There are too many. As you are telling them to come back here, that is how some of them are even rushing to enter the water again. And the water was just flowing. It doesn't start gently. The water comes once. It doesn't start gently. So many people died on this water.
People have lost a lot, because I think some people came back. They sold some food and they came back with a lot of money, because it was on Wednesday to Thursday, and it is Wednesday that we do eat our market here. So people sold almost everything they had. So the thing was not that funny, honestly. It was, people lost a lot, lives. Some family of 20. It's only one they have seen. Family of 15, only 2 people. Some people, they are still searching. Till 10 o'clock yesterday, the burial ground was full. Dead body everywhere. So the experience was not funny at all. It wasn't.
A gaskiya tallafin da ake cewa ana kawo mana, mu gaskiya ba mu gan shi. Mu yanzu muna son gwamnati ta taimaka mana saboda Allah. Muna son ba mu da wurin zama, nan muke kwana, mu hura wuta mu zauna nan, ba mu da inda za mu kwanta. In ruwan sama ya zo ba inda za mu shiga.
There is no any sign, there is no any rain. No. We just saw woke up and saw the water flowing. So before we know, within some, so can I even say a minute, within a second, the water has filled up everywhere. I was able to escape with my wife and some of my brothers. My mother was involved. In fact, 9 people involved in my house, and all of them died. We have recovered only 3 corpses. The remaining is up to now yet to be recovered. So, and it's not only in the house. Many people lost families, lost their siblings, property destroyed. I lost my vehicle there. My brother lost his vehicle there. I only come out to this clothes. Apart from this clothes, I don't have anything again. So since then, we've not seen any help. It's only 10,000 that I've been given since that on Thursday. Only 10,000 naira. Nowhere to sleep. That is how we are just hanging around.
The flood caused widespread destruction. Homes and culverts collapsed. Farmlands were washed away, and valuable properties, including cars, motorcycles, refrigerators, and other belongings, were swept off by the raging waters. Many survivors have been left stranded and helpless, with no access to food, shelter, or clothing. Women, in particular, have been severely affected, with many having lost their husbands, children, and relatives. The community is now in desperate need of immediate humanitarian assistance, no food, no water, no light or shelter. Eyewitnesses reported that over 200 people have died, and recovery efforts are ongoing as many bodies remain missing.
Well, in fact, it's a terrible accident. This is not a small accident. Because we have not seen, in my life, I'm more than 60 years, I have not seen this type of water before. But it come and kill so many people. Many people have gone, I can say about 150 above that it killed. Because, why I'm saying this now, there are some people who went to the media and told them lie that it's only 15 people. The man is not kind. God is there. The person that said that, it was the chairman of the local government who said that he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't stay here. He is the chairman. Even when this thing happened, he didn't come down. Until the deputy governor was coming, he followed them. This is how he has been doing. He has been saying at Mina, and we are the local government chairman. If you have problem, it doesn't solve our problem for us. So it should be removed. We pray to our prayer is that the federal government should help us. They should help us because we have nowhere to sleep. We have been sleeping outside. This is an emergency and we don't expect it.
Survivors were seen in tattered clothes, visibly distressed, hungry, and in poor health. Although the Niger state government said it has activated its emergency response team and is collaborating with the National Emergency Management Agency, also known as NEMA, to provide aid, residents dispute claims that food and shelter have already been supplied. The residents are appealing to well-meaning Nigerians, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies for urgent intervention, including the establishment of temporary camps to provide food and accommodation. Mokwa is known as one of Niger State's major agricultural hubs, contributing significantly to the state's production of cassava, maize, and rice. The impact of this flood may therefore have far-reaching consequences not only for local livelihoods, but also for food security in the region.